Hello again, grubs and scrubs. I don't know why I just got hard stuck staring at my stash, but I did and I don't regret it. I think it was the right thing to do at that moment. No, not. I was like, maybe we'll just go farm the Worldstone Keep for experience. You know, as long as there aren't souls in it. And guess what there is in it. But I am curious about just trying this anyway, just because like I never really had to deal with souls in hell, playing through hell with this, and they're kind of the sticking point of this setup, which is like, yeah, sure, souls are the sticking point of most setups. Usually these bats hurt. They do have my. Get out of here. On your bat bike, son. So this is where super careful. Oh no, not might souls. Please, game. Have mercy. Is there a reason why his health is going up? Oh, because it's souls and unravelers. So that's, yeah. Look, I don't care what build you have. That's just a That's just a GG combination. That's just the game saying no. Reroll the map. But yeah, we're just kind of looking, seeing what we, whatever drops. Just turning these boys upside down, giving them a good shake, see what falls out of their pockets, see what mischief they've been up to. You know, maybe one of them has a good rune base. But yeah, it would have been fun to take on some souls. But not with Unravelers, man. Ooh. Oh wait, no, that's the Barbarian one. Ah, freaking poison. It is a boss group, but it's stupid how much damage poison does in hell. My Merc has completely maxed out resistances, by the way. And like, I have good poison resistance, not that the game gives a shit. I probably shouldn't have like run straight into the Frost Nova, but
good afternoon.
I'm like not very good at the game if you haven't noticed by now.
Afternoon.
So I make stupid mistakes.
Afternoon.
Why is that like a special color? Wait, who did... Did he just come out of that? Okay. I don't remember that ever happening for 4, like a crypt spawning a super unique. Extra fast beetles. Let's get to like a corner where we can hang them up a little bit. And then we just chillax. I can eat a slice of apple and press the button.
I can't carry anymore.
Pretty good density of boss packs. And beetles are worth a good amount of EXP, so... Always happy. Kill some beetles. Shitty beetles. Dirty beetles? I remember the old dirty beetle. Give him the dirty beetle they used to say. These guys that worked at a pro shop attached to a driving range, and that is terrifying. And you know, kids would come. Yeah, maybe not there. I don't know. Maybe if like I could trust knockback to work. I mean, I'll probably go in there anyway and just die, but yeah. Yeah, so the issue is just it's not a winnable fight because there's no space to have the fight. That's just the game, unfortunately, if you don't play with teleport.
Salutations.
I don't like it.
Afternoon.
And you know, I've said it before, like I would fucking happily have Blizzard like open a cash shop for this game. Where you can like buy stash tabs and I don't know, freaking Diablo 2 t-shirts and mugs or some, you know, just whatever nonsense, right? And I would even throw some money at them if it meant we could, you know, have. Why does my mercenary just die instantly now? In like every fight, and the Valk just doesn't. It doesn't matter. Oh, I got kind of excited about that, but it's absolute garbage weapon. What? Like, it's respectably statted, and it's like I hate weapons like this in some ways because it's like if I wanted to play a crossbow necromancer, like they're kind of the affixes I would want on my weapon. No fucking person in the universe wants to play a crossbow necromancer. Like you see what I'm saying?
Good afternoon.
You know, it's like if I were going to have, you know, a rusty nail shoved under my toenail, that's exactly the way I would want the rusty nail shoved under my toenail. Like that's kind of where it fits into the balance of things. It's perfectly implemented piece of shit nobody wants. And it's so frustrating that it's like can we not have just like a sword, like a sword that is like perfectly implemented like that, you know?
Can I help you?
And apparently the answer is no, get fucked. Like melee weapons in this game are just shit. Like you think about grandfather. Like, I don't know, man. Like if I start ranting about it, I'm gonna like properly go off on it because it's just like look, I have to keep telling myself the simple fact of the matter is the itemization in this game has been fucked by rune words and specifically power creep in rune words. Like I keep saying it, but like the best weapon rune words we had back in the day were silence and fury, which are hot, stinking dumpster fires of like poisonous garbage compared to stuff that you can make now with like mid runes. When you factor in that like the purpose of a weapon is damage, right? Like silence has great mods, but it's a shit weapon because it has 200 ED. And that's just not fucking good enough. Like if it used mid runes, 200 ED weapon, sure, hell yeah, you know. Of course, then it's not going to give you like this. Is the problem is it's improperly statted. Like it's amazing. Like, but even then, it's like I don't know. Like obedience is just better than silence. Like if you made silence in a polearm and obedience in a polearm, and then just like turned them into uniques, so no one could like see the rune cost or anything. Like people would be throwing silence polearms, you know, into the proverbial dumpsters in games. Like they wouldn't even be picking them up off the ground, and people would pick up obedience polearms to give their mercenaries. Because it's good to have all res on a weapon, but not that much and not at the cost of effective damage. It's good to have plus skills on a weapon, but you don't need, you know, but they're not that important and they're not valued at the cost of damage. It is way, way, way better to have crushing blow on a weapon than to have even 70 resist all and plus 2 skills. Unless it's a caster weapon, but then it's like, yeah, there probably was a world where silence could have been a really great main hand for a necro or a sorceress, but spirit exists. And you know that's like just a hard example of what I mean by like the comical amount of power creep that you have with rune words. That like you can make a spirit at the end of normal that you will have on until you're finished hell.
What you need?
Like it's very fucking hard to upgrade a spirit, almost impossible with uniques.
The order welcomes you.
Like pretty much the only way to upgrade. Like, I mean that just shows you the power creep, doesn't it? That like, I don't know. I'm trying to like go get my mercenary, and my brain is just not because I just want to go back to the pits. Like I just want to get a level and not have to like, you know, roll the dice on like gag level spawns, just like camping doorways and shit. But yeah, like, so that these are things I would love to see, like, just tweaked about the game. Like, I don't know, have an exclusion zone around doorways where, like, mobs just don't spawn, or at the very least, boss packs don't spawn. And it's like, look, put more boss packs. you know? Because like when I talk about like difficulty in the sense of like, difficulty needs to be a puzzle where you look at it and you like, where you kind of, you look at it and you think like, oh, how do I solve that? How do I do that? And in order to solve a puzzle, you need options. When there's like 25 might death lords around the doorway, and if you try to like, even if you can like thread the needle and get through them and try to kite them, you're going to just kite into like more groups of death lords and boss packs and this and that and the other thing. Like, you have no options at that point, and that's why you just save and exit. And I don't know. That's at that point, it's not difficulty anymore. It's just like, it's difficulty in the way that like, I don't know. It's difficult in the same way it's difficult if someone says like, roll a dice, and if it lands on a 2 or a 5, I'm going to punch you in the face. But anything else, not a problem. And if it lands on a 6, I'll give you $5. Like that's the kind of game that you're playing. It's just a game where like RNG just decides if you get fucked or if something good happens. And there's not like it's not like, oh well, you just have to get better at rolling dice. Like, that's not how that works. And like all games have RNG, but there needs to be okay. There's nothing wrong with having a certain amount of RNG difficulty. And I would also say there's nothing wrong with a game's RNG giving it the potential to formulate unwinnable situations. Because there are a lot, like, sometimes that's just the price of RNG. Like I was saying about the Tide games earlier, like that's just something that can happen in the Tide games, but it's random. It doesn't happen all the time. And it happens so rarely that you're kind of just like, oh, well, we just kind of throw the dice again. You sort of just laugh about it. But also, those are games where you just naturally have a lot more room for skill expression. So you don't even know if a situation is necessarily unwinnable. Right off the bat, because sometimes it's like, if the game picks up and starts testing you, sometimes you kind of step up and, start playing like really, really hard, and you push through content that would otherwise, just wreck you. The problem is like, game like this doesn't have that level of skill expression where it's like, well, just, I don't know, man, sit up, like, aim better. Like, there's no aim. And as positioning is skill expression, and positioning is the kind of skill expression that I really love. But I would really like to make a black in that. Oh! Okay. Glad I came down here now. That's a really nice find. And I was just talking about silence and how disgustingly, like, overcosted it is, rune-wise. That's a great find, though. But yeah, as I was saying, like, your ability to play your way out of bad situations in Diablo is... There's two things you can do. Either press different buttons, and that's such a simple formulation that, like, I'm not really going to, like, dignify it by calling it skill expression, if that makes sense. It's like, oh, well, I should have I should have used Taunt on those archers. Like, A, that assumes you have Taunt at all, or it's like a Necro going in every fight with amp damage when it's like, hey, sometimes you need to decrepify. Like, sometimes you need to stop your minions dying too fast, rather than trying to kill the enemy faster, if that makes sense. So this little, or sometimes if your minions are getting really lawnmowered, you want to just, throw Iron Maiden on. You probably have one skill point in all of those. And like, those are just little bits of decision making that are hugely dependent on the tools you have at your disposal. So there's that. So that's one layer of like quote unquote skill expression in this game, which is the simplest and easiest. But then it's it's also based on it's also based on your game knowledge and your ability to create a build or willingness to use a build that has effective tools and so on, because obviously you can just choose to play a really terrible build that has that just dies all the time. And I don't even mean that in the sense of like misbuilt, misappropriated skill points or anything like that. I mean like you can build tight and clean, and you can even build into synergies and so on, and just the result can just be garbage. Like a physical spear is on. Oh, that's really nice.
Impossible.
Damn, Vex Rune and a Skiller. In one run of the pits. What a really fun bit of luck. But this is like, I don't know, if you want someone who can farm these like high level areas in a like super laid back way. I don't think I can put that on now. Oh yes I can. Alright, cool. What I should do is go to Nightmare and socket that. Wait, hold on. Did I use my Nightmare socketing quest? I used one socketing quest to socket my bow, and I used one socketing quest to socket Blackthorns.
Can I help you?
Okay, I still got my hell one. Alright, that's cool. Skull Desire is an easy socket choice. Just chuck a Topaz in, and we are good to go. So that's cool. I can actually wear Skulders now. Did I reset this? I don't think it doesn't matter if I did. Doesn't matter if I didn't. Reset it again. And yeah, for me, like as I said, I think this is a really like it's obviously not. It's nowhere near optimal. It's not any kind of like pit circer or anything like that. But it's just such a. The other day I was calling it. The last session I was saying it's like a dad build because it's just like you just play full recline. And this is without the Blackthorns, so I don't have as much slow stacked as I could. I just have the... Oh yeah, I also don't have Cannot Be Frozen, which... I'm instantly regretting my life choices for not having that somewhere, but I don't even know where I could get it, because if I put a Ravenfrost on, I won't have Mana Leech. I'd have to drop the Shaco for Kira's or something. I guess... honestly, that chill time wasn't too bad. It's fine. And, I shouldn't be getting tagged like that anyway. But this is like... Yeah, when you get a drop like that, the first thing you want... Like, when you have a run like that, where you just get some, like, really cool drops. And I've just had like the spirits of luck the loot spirits have just been with me this afternoon. Like not just for what we got in that, like one Pits run with the Vex rune, and I don't remember the other thing, but I know it was cool. Oh, the skiller, the Warcry skiller. Like, this is silly. My mercenary should be getting sent to the Shadow Realm with that curse on him, but everything is slowed, so it's like he's wearing a Sharp Stop and a Vamp Gaze for free in terms of the amount of damage mitigation the slow in effect creates. Like, he still takes chunks, don't get me wrong, because when they do hit, they hit at full power. They just hit, like, they physically swing 50% less. Ah, go away, I'm trying to pick up the juvies. Yeah, be reasonable. Just get cursed, go away, die. I see we've got a couple of people watching. So this is the setup, and I did take all this stuff like through hell, super easy, without even upgrading Ripple. Ripple was doing 60 damage going through hell, and just doing the job with like open wounds, amp damage from Atmas. Like, this for me, some setup like this, it doesn't necessarily have to be Riphook, but a fast-firing bow, Blackthorn's Face, Clegs, you know, and then it's like sort out your resistances if you can, like, you know, pick some meaningful ones, like what kind of elemental damage you think you're going to be taking. I picked lightning because lightning typically has like, there are some lightning attacks that have like really long range, and some that are like really punishing for this like death by 1,000 cuts type of damage strat, like lightning enchanted or beetles. Ow. I just took a spectral hit there because it chilled me. Oh, hold on. That was handy. But yeah, we just went through hell, 60 damage bow. You can do the same thing. Like, the most important part of the build is like Clegs and Atmas. And the boots definitely help, but Goblin Toe are fine. And you could always go like Blackthorn Space instead of Clegs, and then use some like Blood Gloves for Crushing Blow. It's like whatever you put on, you can like make up elsewhere. The Crushing Blow is mainly for like Act Bosses and Possessed and things like that, like stuff with like really huge health pools. Like most things, even with the 60 damage bow, even in hell, like this isn't on base players count. Like, we're playing on players count 5 now, but we consistently played through players count 3 through hell with a 60 damage bow, and most of that is the combination of open wounds and amp damage. Like, amp damage really buffs, or it seems to really buff how much damage open wounds do. It also just massively buffs your physical base damage. So a 60 damage bow, not a big deal. And obviously you want a fast firing bow, because it means proccing the curse more often. And someone out there will say, why not High Lord's Wrath? Isn't that just better? Doesn't that give you double damage a whole bunch, and give you attack speed, and give you skills? I have 2 High Lord's Wraths, so this is not copium because I only have the Atmas. I could have a High Lord's Wrath on this if I wanted to. It's not as good. It's not as good on a setup like this, where you have like no low initial damage but extremely high fire rate. Because amp damage is way stronger than critical strike. Amp damage strips the physical resistance in hell, so it takes a massive bottleneck off your base damage, and then it amps it. So effectively gives you way more than double damage. It also gives you a strat for dealing with physical immunes, because it strips their physical immunity. Like, there's no point doubling your damage against a stone skin. Double 0 is 0. I mean, with critical strike. Ah, look at these assholes with their block chance. Like, I cannot freaking hit them. It's crazy. And my chance to hit is supposedly 92 fucking percent. But I'm struggling to hit them because their block chance is so high. I really want, like, a cool helmet with, like, a good plus. And then just, like, you know, make a bulwark. And just, I don't know, maybe... So, I love the idea of, like, making an actual barbarian and calling him, like, Ariat's face at home. And then just, like, playing until I get the personalization quest. So I can, like, personalize his stupid hat. Call it Ariat's face at home. I actually think a really perfect skill roll on a bulwark is, like, potentially better than Ariat's face. I need Ral runes, not Tal runes, but I'll take Tal runes. Get out of here. On your shaman bike, son. Back to the fucking pavilion. I love this when you just bully them into a cut. Like, go stand in the corner, go stand in the corner, go stand in the corner. Stop hitting yourself, stop hitting yourself. Like, CC is so good. Like, slow is the best thing you can put on a melee character in this game, bar nothing. The problem is, like, people don't always think about things in the most precise way. So, like, you know when you see something like String of Ears, and you're like, wow, String of Ears reduces the damage I take by 10%. Like, imagine if you saw that and thought, hold on a minute, that reduces the damage I take from everything I've hit in combat by 25% on the glove slot. Huh. Like, if you're playing a paladin or something and you're being beat up in combat, try it. See how you go. Like, tag everything with zeal, and suddenly all that scary shit that you're fighting is 25% less scary. Now it's like you could wear Sharp Stop and take 30% less damage. Oh yeah, good. But that's, like, body armor is a big slot. You kind of need your body armor to do more than... to hell with that. You kind of need your body armor to do more than just give you 30% damage reduction. I mean, a paladin can probably get away with it, because paladins can have, like, comical amounts of resistances very easily because of their shields, but... You know, there's no reason why you also can't do both. But it's also worth bearing in mind that a lot of enemies in this game can hit for elemental damage, even when they're not, like, explicitly dealing elemental damage, right? So, like, these guys, well, they're not immune to anything, but, like, so these ladies who are immune to cold can hit you with a spectral hit that's cold. They just have, like, a dice roll chance of doing that every time they land a hit. So it'll do a chunk of cold damage. Let me through. Let me through. Ow. What is this? Just like the busiest freaking Tomo Highlands? I should have actually just fought that stuff, killed them, maybe gotten some loot, but whatever, it's fine. We are in Zipit now. We made it. We threaded the needle. But yeah, as I was saying, so if you're fighting something that does fire damage or cold damage or something, then your Sharp Stop doesn't help. Oh, what a cool drop! I've already got one, but still. Like, it's you always find the shit you've already found. Like, it's so... It's so sad. I wonder though, what happens if a barbarian has two of them? Because don't they give like plus 18 to freaking Arctic something or other? The ED roll on it stinks. But yeah, it gives plus 12 to Arctic Blast. So if you have two of them,
I can't carry anymore.
you get like a level 24 Arctic Blast just like for free. I've got to try that on a barbarian. That's the stupidest thing. And then it's like, if you put plus skills on, do you not get plus skills? Like, I'm so tempted to try that. But what a cool find. Kind of. Like, it's always nice to see gold, especially if it's an elite base. Especially if it's the kind of thing that, like, you know, you don't get farming Mephisto. But it's also kind of sad when you get something that, like, is kind of that bad. Because, like, as memey and fun as that weapon is with the Arctic Blast, it's a shit weapon. The ED roll and it stinks. And I imagine it can probably go higher. Usually there's quite a decent amount of variability. But yeah, as I was saying, it's like your shaft stop only reduces physical damage. See, we just took a cold spectral hit then. Minions can also do... Okay, for some reason my tab wasn't working for a moment there. But anyway, minions can also do, you know, a big chunk of elemental damage based on the affixes that the champ or whoever, you know, the unique has. So if the unique has a spectral hit, they're going to have some ability to do spectral hits. You know, you've got things with like holy fire auras or holy freeze auras or something that add cold damage to them. All that sort of stuff. Basically, a lot of elemental damage gets thrown at you in hell. But you can look at slow as, you know, effectively giving you... so it reduces the amount of damage that anything can output to the extent that you slow them. And it doesn't matter what kind of damage that is, whether it's physical, elemental. And it's also reducing their ability to do things like raise allies, or... Ooh, we got two really interesting things here. Let's just clear some space and take a look. Oh damn, I don't even have a down bottle. Okay. That's cool. Oh, I kind of want to have a scythe-wielding barbarian with
I can't carry anymore.
a hustle.
Impossible.
Four runes is good, but a Colossus sword is a pretty stinky base as far as I know. But yeah, that's very tempting to hold on to. But yeah, I was just saying, so slow is one of the best ways to mitigate damage in the game. And it's like, so like, imagine, it's like, I went through hell with like resistances looking like that. A little bit better, but it didn't matter. Because everything is easy to avoid. Like when the skeleton takes, you know, the skeleton mage or whatever, takes literally 7 seconds to like wind up and throw a fireball. When the archer takes, you know, 4 or 5 seconds to like knock and fire their arrows. Like your ability to just physically dodge them and avoid them is... Oh, that's like kind of like the most freaking stylish like bulwark base for a merc hat, but I'm not wasting the runes on something just because it's stylish. Like, seriously, I just run up to the meter. It doesn't matter. I can physically see him raising the stupid mace. Half the time, he just gets knocked back out of the animation because we have knockback as well. And if he doesn't, and I see like the mace is on its way down, I literally just take a step back. But even if you just stand there and face tank it, they're still doing, you know, however much less damage than they are slowed. So if you're really stacking slow, like you're stacking up to your full 75%, everything's just doing 75% less damage. It's comical how they just become like pussycats. There are still things in this game that are dangerous, like fanaticism, death lords, like overlapping auras, you know, just like cursed extra strong, things like that that can just like really chunk. But you can kind of just resummon the Valk if you need to. On Players 3, almost nothing chunked down the Valk, like faster than I was comfortable. Very little could even hurt the Mercenary. For most of the time, the Valk's health bar doesn't even move. Because the Valk is just insanely freaking tanky. Like, naturally. Man, circlets can be so good, but are usually kind of just so bad. Nothing wrong with that. That's what makes, you know, that's what makes it like hype when you do find a good one. And that, like, to me, that kind of, so like, I still am kind of excited by rune words like obedience and stuff like that because you know, I played this game a huge amount back in the days when like LOD was new and even before LOD came out, you know, 108, and then I kind of dabbled in it a little bit since then, so I have some idea of like what's changed and all that sort of stuff, but I never played Resurrected. I played it a little bit when it first came out, but I only just got back into it like 2 weeks ago or something. So things like obedience and spirit and all that sort of stuff are kind of still a little bit like new and sexy to me, where it's like, oh, cool, this is like my first, you know, my first or my second spirit or something like that. But it's also like, I know it's not going to take long at all before I'm bored of them and kind of hating them because they just invalidate so much. And a lot of what makes this game fun is the gearing puzzle. Okay, I'm going to see if I can roll sockets into that. I should have. I want to say I should have a Rao rune somewhere, but let's be real, there's no guarantee of that. So I think it's Rao for a weapon. Let me see. Because this could be really good for an Act 5 mercenary. Ral and Amethyst. Okay, yeah. So I knew it was the Rals that were bottlenecking me because there's a bunch of weapons that I want to roll. Sockets into. 3 sockets, please. Uh-huh. Okay. Very, very happy with that. That's going to be a super cute base. And this one, hold on. I should have, so that's a Tau M Ruby. Okay. Now I kind of like, I'm kind of hoping this doesn't get 4 sockets, so then I can throw it away. because I need the space. What was it? It was Tau? Hold on. You go in like the rune drawer. So high rune wise, we found some okay ones. We found Sur and Ohm. I think they're the best. I think maybe the Vexes. The Vex is up there, but it's not the best. So Sur rune is the highest rune I found, and that was just doing lower Kurust, I think, and not even that like diligently or anything. Get that shit out of here. I can just throw a bunch of these juvies away if I really do start needing the space. Even just sell a bunch of these gems and stuff. But yes, so what was it? It was Tau and Ruby. So now it's like I'm starting to run out of towels, and then it's like, cube these up, but I don't have many of these either. But these like kind of shales and stuff, I just seem to find tremendous numbers of them. Of course, it's like I can't even be angry at it because it's like, you know, can I really complain that the game just freaking gave me a spirit base? But it's also like, bro, I ain't got the space. I gotta like. I definitely need to like mule some stuff, but
I am overburdened.
maybe we can just kind of cram that in the cube, and you know, just kind of see how far we can see if we can. Because there's no guarantee the game will even give me anything else, right? It might just to annoy me if I do it like this. If I make it so that the game will be fucking with me by giving me something good, it will probably give me so. No, what it will do is it will give me something that's like, you know, good but not like super sexy. It'll give me something like this, where it's cool and it's interesting, and it potentially allows me to do something fun, but it's actually kind of bad, and it takes up a lot of space, and I've already got one, and you know, like it's yeah, I'm happy, but I'm kind of not happy. But look at this, we're making space, all about making space. That's what I keep telling people. All right. I really think I should just kind of get into the habit of like yeeting the normal gems, because they always seem like the bottleneck to queue up. I get lots of flawless, but oh well, it is what it is. I just made some space. I'm happy. Getting up my potters and into the pit with those bloodthirsty sons of war. I'm like super chuffed with the pits. The pits are like my favorite place now. Because of that sexy Vex rune. And the Frostwind and the Skiller all in one run. I think that's the best pits run I've had so far. Oh no, there was the one where I got my Skulders after, like, you know, Mephisto would drop everything else for me, but he won't drop me a Skulders. He drops me like 6 Shakos, but he won't drop me a Skulders. The other thing that he refuses to drop for me is a Witch Wild String, which is, I consider it, if you upgrade it with a Parlor Rune and socket it with something like, genuinely good. That was what I would consider to be like a GG endgame bow. I don't know if there's something better rune word wise. There probably is, but hey, go for it. What did they call them? Bad blue boots? I actually don't even think they're that bad, but so like my shameful Diablo 2 secret is like I often just refuse to put skill points into like utilities like leap or leap attack, and the number of times Gorefoot have like saved me from having a really sad time in very specifically in the jungle maps in Act 3, but also to some extent, ooh, that's scary, but also to some extent in the Arcane Sanctuary, although you kind of more want leap attack there because of the distance it can cover. It's like big time saved me just being able to like put some Gorefoot on and, off to the races. I think I used to value Gorefoot a little bit more back in the day, because back in the day, in like the I think it was 108 109 era, I don't know exactly, you could just put an Air Rune in your weapon and it pretty much solved all attack rating issues. So using multi-shot was like super valid. Like multi-shot now is kind of bonk because like, let's see what okay, apparently I have a 92% chance to hit. That's probably just because I'm over leveled now. And it's Juanin's. Like on a level 28 mercenary, I think that's a best in slot. With the ice blasts, that like hard CC, the IAS, the enhanced damage, even the attack rating. Hell, even on a polearm barbarian at level 29. You ladies are too fast. You need to settle down, slow down. I would really like a Lacerator. That would be nice. If RNGesus or Lucifer is listening out there, I just got absolutely pummeled by those archers. 100% my fault, but... The funny thing is, this build is generally so safe that I don't feel... Like, I never feel nervous about using Juvies because I know, like, they just stack. And I end up, like, with more than I can even pick up. Like, I leave so many on the ground. Because otherwise it would just... my stash would just be full of them. But obviously, it's very feast and famine when you're playing with, like, terrible resistances, not the biggest life pool, and relying on CC to, like, keep you safe. When you do get tagged, when you do take a hit, it tends to be a brown trouser moment, which I enjoy, but... I mean, I enjoy the, the kind of thrill of playing like that. And it's not that thrilling because everything's so slow. But, look, I'm old, okay? I need things to slow down. But I think I mentioned it a while before, that it's like, the reason slow is so, like, I value slow so much, is because, here's the thing. Why do you want damage? Now, there is the standpoint of, like, you know, I want to just kill everything really fast. Sure, of course. You want to clear the areas, you want to get the loot drops, whatever, and all that is reliant on your time to kill. All right, sure. Um, but particularly on a higher player setting, you're going to need some like really beastly gear to do that. You're probably not gonna, unless you're like a sorceress, not gonna have much space for MF. Not gonna have a huge amount of space for survivability, all that sort of stuff. But sure, that's a way you can play. Like you can just go in loaded for bear with a super strong weapon, and I don't mean, you know, I mean like a Bariza or an Eaglehorn or something. Like, and even then, like on Players 5, an Eaglehorn, it's not going to just like tear mobs to pieces. This is interesting. Oh, okay. Is there anything I can make 5-socket bow? Hold on a second here. That's interesting. Someone found a bow exactly like this, and because apparently there are no good rune words for a 5-socket bow. That's not necessarily true, though. The only 5-socket rune word that can be made in a bow is Call to Arms. Okay, yeah, definitely. Like, I do have the Ohm rune, but I ain't making no Call to Arms in a bow, especially not an elite bow. Like, I feel like Call to Arms is best as a swap for the buff. But if you're really averse to doing that, and I kind of am, because then it's just kind of like, oh, well, everyone has Call to Arms on swap, and that's never going to happen. Or what, you mule it around, that just feels dirty. Like it's a really slutty Call to Arms. It's just like constantly being passed around, used by everyone. I don't want to treat my items like that. Your mileage may vary. Okay. Very. Just it's just like, bro, you're getting boots. Get the fuck out. Can't take your boots and go, scum. Oh, you wanted gold? You want no boots. It reminds me of that stupid gag you see in a lot of shows where like someone will go fishing and just catch a boot. But let's see what take your freaking boots and go, man. That's sad. Rare boots can be freaking amazing in this game. Like there are not many like Look,
Greetings.
yeah, if you're a melee fighter, you want these, I suspect. There are those ones if you're a kicky assassin thing. I've never played an assassin in this game. I still haven't. But yeah, if you want to kick everything, then there's like better kicky boots. Though I guess you can upgrade them to be better kicky boots, but it doesn't matter. There are the ones that are like specifically for the assassin, the like super elite, ultra rare, plus skill, blah blah blah, booty things. Ah, get away from the door. All right, they're all tagged. They're all slow. We can just walk away. Goodbye. But yeah, so there are better kicky boots. But if you're a melee character, you really want Goblin Toe or Gore Rider. Both very good. I don't think Gore Rider is like naturally better because depending on your setup, depending on how you're doing damage and what you're damaging. But like legit, I would rather have Goblin Toe on my setup here. I just don't want Goblin Toe because it has no run walk, and playing without extra run walk is misery. But when I was using the Hustle, I used Goblin Toe, and I think they were better. I kind of want to try the Hustle again now that I've got the Fanaticism Aura and see if that like maybe hits a new breakpoint. Because I found that the bow with Shale versus the bow with Shale and Hustle did not really make any difference. So there's some... there presumably is an initial breakpoint you can reach that the Hustle just can't quite bump you into. But maybe with the Fanaticism Aura, you can hit it. But also, you know, constantly, you know, searching for more and more breakpoints. It depends on what you sacrifice to get it, but, you know, you can start to get, like, really diminishing returns. Ooh, rare. Not rare, ethereal. That's not bad elemental damage affix, but elemental damage is terrible. Like, I say it's terrible. On spells that do tremendous amounts of it, that have AoE, I'm stuck and amp damage, but hopefully we'll be okay here. Yeah, we'll be fine. You just go into a corner and press the button. And if I need to like specifically push this guy away, I should be able to do it with tracking arrow. Man, why is it so busy in here? It's crazy. Multi-shot, multi-shot, multi-shot. I like it. I like the busyness because, you know, the more stuff that dies, the more stuff that can drop. And they just walk into these chokes, and it's so comfy. Also, my main goal... Oh! Did I just say I wanted a Lacerator? And the game was like, oh yes sir, here's your Lacerator as ordered. Can I do this again, game? Oh, that's a really terrible ED roll. Though, on an axe that has a freaking 33% chance to cast amp damage, like this is low-key the best axe in the game. Like, setting rune words aside, of course. Because you can, like, I just cleared hell with a 60 damage bow. Thanks to amp damage procs and open wounds. Oh, now what do we have here? We have 150 damage axe that has an insanely high chance to proc amp damage. Like, you put this on a zealot, and you have a fucking stew going. Like, you will chunk this game so happily and so comfortably just putting this on a zealot pala. Like, forget the throw barb. Freaking throw barb is a piece of shit, but like, like, don't even worry about that sad build. Just put that thing on a zealot and just go forth. Like, because you don't need the Atmas, so you can have a High Lords. So you have two ways of freaking doubling your damage when you have a 33% chance to proc the curse on a super fast base weapon. You know, with 30% IAS on Zeal, you're going to be cursing constantly. And then, like, with High Lords, you're, like, quadrupling your damage and then doing, like, double damage open wounds procs on anything that survives. Like, you will just tear it up with that. Like, obviously, there's some garbage rune word out there, like, you know, that you need. You know, Hitler's missing third nut and socket it into, you know, I don't know, a fucking ethereal shower curtain pole. And it will do 100 billion damage every 20 seconds with 100% chance to proc crushing wounds and crushing wounds. Yeah, crushing wounds. It's the new. It's new. It's coming out in the new patch, guys. Trust me. I know some women that could use one of these. That's kind of tempting to roll sockets into, but I need the freaking Ral runes. Give me Ral runes, game. But oh my god, the pits have just been. Wait, did I throw that axe back on the ground? I swear to God. Because yeah, it wouldn't have gone back into the. No, I went back to town and put it in my stash. I swear to God, I'm gonna check. Because there's no way I'm leaving that thing on the floor. Because as much as I mock the throw barb being super sad, I do want to do a throw barb at some point. But I am way more freaking hyped to put this on a zealot. And I know that's a crazy dexterity requirement. But who cares? Like, just, you block more. I probably shouldn't, like, run into the monsters, but yeah. Man, the pits have been so freaking good to me today. We got a Frostwind, we got a Vex Rune, we got a Warcry Skiller, and we just got a freaking Lacerator. I'm like... I don't know, if I was a Frenzy Barb, I feel like I would want 2 Lacerators. Or maybe 1 Lacerator and a Hustle. But then you can also just have your Merc carry a Hustle. I don't even know if I have enough strength and dex to equip Eaglehorn, but I am really tempted to go get it and just see how much better or worse it is. Like, obviously it does more damage, no question, and it will also benefit from the amp damage proc. It hits more because it does give you more attack rating, although I don't know. They're going to be kind of marginal increases at this point. Like, it'll probably give me an extra, God, 4 or 5% or something at most. Which is a trivial amount of damage. But obviously, it does vastly more base damage than this. That said, it does not have the attack speed, so it's not going to synergize with this as well. It doesn't have the slow, it doesn't have the open wounds. And take it from me, when you just have a tank, like, who can just stand there and face tank and not die, and you get to just stand there and go brr, 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 and you don't have to kite, you don't have to run around, you don't have to reposition, and you're never going to, like, run out of space and just be, like, bullied off the fucking tile set, as you can be sometimes. You do more damage because you spend more time shooting. So obviously there's a balance. Oh my God. Would you like some, like... Is this whole tile set just made of rats? I have no idea how I lived that, but now I'm chilled. My mercenary is on the struggle bus trying to come down these stairs. He'll figure it out. This skeleton, go stand in the corner. Go stand in the corner. He's blocking so many arrows. I hate block on enemies. Like, if you ever wonder why you as a melee character just seem to do stinky damage, like no matter what your damage numbers are, when you actually sit down and you start calculating, you know, so think about this, right? Let's say I do 100 damage and the sorceress has 100 damage fireball. This is assume numerical parity. Most of the time, the sorceress will be doing more damage, unless you have a really good weapon. But that's going to take a lot of farming. The sorceress don't have to farm for shit. But let's compare. Okay, 100 damage fireball versus, 100 damage sword. Wow, more gold. That's the lidless wall, which is a cool mercenary shield because of the cast rate. And I do think the cast rate... Oh yeah, maybe I should give the... I should definitely give the spirit to one of those. These guys are dangerous. Fucking might pack. But yeah, they... Look at it, they can't even... Like, they should be so dangerous. And yet, they're not chunking anything. This guy has really basic stuff. Just hustle, no ethereal base. The damage is decent, but... Lionheart, very basic merc armor. I was lucky to find the ethereal wire fleece, so... And just your standard bulwark. Because I did actually have like a pretty pimped out electrical guy, and he was doing really well. But then I just thought like, I kind of want fanaticism. I want to shoot faster. It's more fun. I want more attack rating. So I got this boy who's blessed aim, fanaticism. I should, now that I've upgraded the bow, I should probably swap him for might. But we're doing fine. Might would be really nice to buff the Dark's damage, buff his damage, and Fanaticism already gives a little bit of attack rating. Enough. And now I've completely forgotten what I was saying. I know I was going to make some awesome point. Just maul and seethe about it, because you're never going to hear this amazing thing that I was going to say. I'm sorry. I'm a terrible person. I was babbling about some shit that's probably not all that important. And I will definitely find something else to yap about. I mean, I was talking about the Lacerator. Something like, what else are you going to put on your Paladin? Like, I have an Azurath that I found. Was super hyped to find it. But then when I was actually thinking, like, yeah, but what would I really do with it? Because I don't think Azurath or Lightsaber really do enough damage. And Azurath has like some other really strong affixes, like particularly when dealing with undead, it just kind of completely trivializes undead. And there's definitely an argument to be made that Azurath on a mercenary is freaking amazing. Especially if you want to go do like Pindle farms or something, it just makes them utterly free. Here. Get out of here. What about you? Like, these little rare jewels, like some of them, they're just kind of like, we got a little pinch of this, which is good, and we've got like just a few little you know, just like a twist of that, which is good, you know, but it's just not enough. But you're just kind of looking at it and thinking like, but like, what if that were like 30 ED and like 15 MF, and I don't know, maybe had some like even just like 10% fire resist instead of that like +8 to defense garbage, and then you'd be like, ooh, okay, all right, I can work with this. Like nobody's gonna complain about just random MF as a stat. Like you just instantly improve pretty much every item in this game, even the most garbage stuff. Just put 10 MF on it, and immediately someone out there will be happy to find it. You know, like what's some total bunk item that like just never gets used? Because you know you just have basic rune words that are just utterly superior to it before you ever find it. You know, unless it's some extreme luck situation. I should really be looking at these wands to see if I can find a good white base, but I think it needs to be the... I don't know if that one can even have 2 sockets. She just keeps blocking. Block, 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 block. Get out of here. The unique armlet, I think that might actually be the most disappointing item. I get it has absorb. Absorb is never worthless, but everything else about it is just like, hold on, why is this an elite level unique? Like it genuinely has nothing. It's like just a crap ton of defense, some mana leech, and fire absorb. The fire absorb, yeah, fire absorb is nice, but like if you need fire absorb, you probably have like a bunch of dwarf staffs just like sitting in your shared stash, and even a solo self-found is not going to have that much trouble finding a dwarf star if they really want one. Like I've got a bunch of rings and amulets. Like people forget how many rings and amulets you find and just throw away. I realistically should roll that to get another spirit base, but it's... You know what? If I need one, I'll farm one. Right now, I don't need one. I don't even know what I'm going to do with the one I have. I probably am going to make a Hammerden at some point. But then the Hammerden's not going to use it in a Monarch. Maybe a Mercenary, Act 3 Mercenary. Yeah, I've got an Act 3 Mercenary with my Barbarian. But I don't even know if he can wear a Monarch. They need like a trillion strength. That's something that I would love to see tweaked in this game, is like the stat demands of elite items. Like they just all need to be reduced 100%. Like there's no justification for basically being like, you know, oh, well, in order to wear a good weapon that actually does damage, as a melee character who has to run into the middle of everything, you are forced to stat in such a way that lots of stuff can just, like, 100 to 0 your health pool. And that's true as a melee character, even if you have, like, 2,000 health. It sounds like a lot, but it just ain't. Like, if there's, like, extra strong Might Enchanted boss pack comes at you and 3 or 4 of them just hit you, like, smack you in a row, and a couple of them, like, proc spectral hits, and maybe you just lock it, like, you know, you just don't have the greatest resistance for that, and now it's just, like, and you just literally lose. you know, 15, 16, 1700 health in a matter of like a second. Usually that only happens if you don't have a shield, but... if you're going to health tank in this game, like, just health tank, like you're not going to have any other layers, like shield blocking, good resistances, any amount of physical resistance, you're just in for a miserable time. For one thing, you need to start farming juvies now, because you're always going to need a belt full of juvies, because when you have like... you're at about 3k health, like just a typical barbarian health pool. If it's genuinely yo-yoing, like health potions are doing nothing. Unless you want to like go back to town and wait for them to kick in, because they take so long to actually refill your health. You just drop a fucking monarch that probably has 4 sockets. The game just wants me to have monarchs today. No, it doesn't. Alright. And I know there's probably some amazing rune word that I can make in a 3-socket monarch, and I'm just throwing it on the ground because I'm a fool, and that's fine. There'll be other 3-socket monarchs. Look, the real 3-socket monarchs were the friends we made along the way. So, I don't mind not having that one. I don't know why I decided to just walk into the middle of them. I guess I just wanted Alhizir to know I was there. Like, he's got a tough job. And he never complains about the garbage I throw him at. The Valk doesn't get to. As far as I'm concerned, the Valk has no soul. She's like a robot. But, you know, Alhizir is an actual person. I don't mean that to seem like... you know, the Valk is like the golem, right? Like the clay golem. Like, she could just be like a mud lady with a spear, for all I care. There's probably some, like, lore nerd out there who just, like, felt a great disturbance in the Force because apparently, like, I don't know, there's some amazing short story about the Valkyrie where she goes through, like, some anime character arc or something. And they want to tell me about it. It's fine. I'm sure it's well written. I'm sure the Valk is amazing. She's still a soulless creature as far as I'm concerned. I will treat her as a disposable minion. Pew 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 pew. This is the commentary people are here for. Pew 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 pew. Bogo brr. Brain go brr. Get out of here. Go sit in the corner. On your fallen bike, back to the pavilion. I don't know what color you are, because you're all fucking green now. Oh, he just fell over. That was sad. It was just open wounds. Poor little fella. Boo. This is not a bad place to stand. I kind of want that combat shrine though. It's the funny thing is I could probably have just done more damage just standing there, but and not wasting my time. But I'll never say no to more damage. I don't think anyone would. Ooh, Champion Axe. That's the Messerschmitt's Reva base. Ain't it? I don't know what I'm going to do with an ethereal axe, assuming it is ethereal. Get out of here. On your fallen bike. Back to the pavilion. Oh, can I walk over to the thing and pick the thing up? Please. I don't want to be here for the rest of my life. I have dreams. Yeah, like, come on. Why you do me like this, game? Like, why couldn't this have been a cryptic axe? Or even a sword. It could have been a Balrog blade or something. You know, a two-hander that I could make. This guy has just been allowed to live for way too long while I was fucking with my inventory. But that's fine. He dies now. Man, I'm having a good time just like farming the pits with my Zon. I love farming areas like this. I could so more efficiently farm the ancient tunnels with my sorceress, which is just as good an area. But and I spec'd her into like pure blizzard now, so she just shreds the ancient tunnels. Like she just melts them, even on players 8. And she does it while wearing like, you know, almost 3 times as much MF as the Amazon has. But you know, the sorceress also basically barely levels unless she's in a terror zone now, so and then it needs to be like a good terror zone with like dense enemies for me to like really find it worth doing. But actually, I might go to the Glacial Trail and Drifter Cavern because they have crazy drop tables. So maybe after this pit run, we'll do that. Because this to me is like the only reason to like ever do anything in this game other than just like farming the ancient tunnels with the sorceress, or maybe like, you know, if you have an Enigma, farming the pits with the Zerka, or farming Lower Kurast with a sorceress, or, you know, if you have a Enigma, whoever has the Enigma basically. There's like no reason to do anything in this game other than that, unless you're leveling or building someone, or in this case, for me, it's like following terror zones. It can be kind of fun, and the EXP is really good in the Hell terror zones. So I like to have a character like this who just kind of, I can just take her anywhere without worrying about her getting like bullied. Because slow is so freaking strong. I don't know how I can buff her mercenary though. I guess maybe like Kira's and Shaft Stop. I did find a Shaft Stop with this character. When I was doing the Nilithak quest. It was a really cool drop. So I've got the Shaft Stop. Yeah, what do his resistances look like if he takes that off? He actually doesn't need that many.
I'll put that to good use.
I could probably just give him a Shaft Stop and a Tal Rashes, and he'd be okay. He'd also get a chunk more leech. Go away, go away. Ooh, scary might, and they somehow block every arrow. So this positionally is not the best, but like you're always looking for an angle where you can get some value out of Pierce which is one of the fun things about playing on Amazon, is that like you can always be active in fights, and you, assuming you have space to work with, everything depends on that, but assuming you have space to work with, which you should in a map like this. Hold on, is that
I
the
am
elite
overburdened.
base? I'd like another skiller, please. I would like a cold skiller. No. I hate it here. I hate this game. This game hates me. It's horrible. I don't even know why I play it. I don't know why anyone plays it. Everyone should just uninstall it and send angry letters to Blizzard. Pew 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 pew. It's Sanders. Yay! And this is going to be a 3-socket ethereal. No, it's going to be a make me cry nothing. That's fine. It was 3-socket. They got part of it right. They just messed up my order. It's like the pizza guys. I order churros and they never give me the chocolate sauce. Like I have to order it separately so they know. And someone out there is like, wow, this guy really likes chocolate sauce. He like buys churros that come with chocolate sauce and then orders like chocolate sauce on the side. And it's like, no, no. That's just so I get any amount of chocolate sauce. I'm not greedy. I just want like some. Let me in the second floor. I don't. Oh, I'm going the wrong way anyway. Classic. And now I'm going the wrong way again. I am the best at this game. I could use some arrows. But it's not going to let me have any arrows now that I've said that. Now that I have said that, it's just going to like set its face against me ever having arrows again. Ooh. Ruby Jewel of Fervor. That's what I'd like. That's what I'm ordering. Wow. Okay, game. That's not a Ruby Jewel of Fervor. Excuse me. You didn't see that? The game never drops me what I need. They were bolts. I just picked them up because they were so insulting to me. Seeing them on the ground like that, like the game dropping bolts when I needed arrows, I picked them up just so they wouldn't be, you know, laughing at me and traumatizing me. The game never gives me what I need. Until it does. Pew pew pew. Like doing the second floor of the pits is stressy as a sorceress because I'm constantly having to like pull my mercenary out of mobs that can just beat the hell out of him. And then having to like... The positioning is painful because the Fallen are like immune to fire, but I need like Hydras to kill other stuff, and they freaking body block the Hydra shots, and the Hydras love to shoot at them because they run forward, and then the stuff that I need the Hydras to kill is sitting behind them like archers, and it's doable, it's just stressful. And in the end, the best way to do a farm in this game is like, look, if I told you that, you know, secret method, right? That if you like put your finger up your bum while you play, so you got to play one-handed, and you got to sit with that inconvenience, right? Pretty serious inconvenience. But if I said you just play like that, and you just get like a free 500% MF buff, some people would do that. Some people would be like,
Good day.
"Get me the Vaseline." Going in. Give me the Vaseline and take me to Mephisto. That's how some people are. I am not that man. I do not want to be inconvenienced when I play a game. I do not want to have to like really sit up and take it super seriously and blah 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 blah. So yeah, it's one of those things. Like you have to make it. You have to make the farm something that you will repeat and do again and again and again, because that's when you start getting good stuff. When you grind. But if you hate the gameplay of the farm, the gameplay loop that like you set up to do that farm so much that you can't grind it out, then what's the point? Like, if it's in theory more optimal, but in reality you don't get anything because you don't do it, you know? Okay, so I'll give you a good example. Everyone says that Andariel is the best place to farm jewelry. And then that, like, Nightmare Andariel is the best place to get Sona Jordan, and blah, blah, blah. And it's like, I've gotten so much more jewelry off Mephisto than Andariel. Not because Andariel's jewelry drops are bad, but because I do more Mephisto runs, because Mephisto runs are just more palatable to me. I can sit there for 3, 4, 5 hours just grinding Mephisto, and once I get into like the groove of it, the time just kind of slips away, and I just put some music on, and you know, or I set up like a loot stream and just babble away while I'm doing it, and just do it for hours and hours and hours and hours. I will never consistently farm Andariel for hours and hours and hours and hours. It's way too annoying a farm for me. Like maybe if I played like a pure spec fire sorceress or something, who just existed only to bully Andariel, then it wouldn't bother me that much. But doing it with like a Hydra source or an Orb source, and then you have to deal with the ads, and the ads are all RNG, and it's like you can sort of teleport in and try to rush Andy, but then if there's bad ads, it can like force a save and exit. She's so good at killing mercenaries, it just doesn't matter how much you could stack them with you could stack them to the tits with poison resist. You can, but like her physical damage is so high that if you give them like a Venom Ward, just the physical damage will just kill them, because now they, their other resistances aren't good enough. They don't have any like physical damage reduction, whatever. Or if you fully stack them against Andariel, like let's say you give them like Andariel's face and a Sharp Stop, now their fire resistance and everything else is so far in the toilet that they'll probably just get killed by like some random zombie or something on the way to Andariel. Because there's, a bunch of super uniques and champions and stuff can spawn inside her arena. I am still chilled. Must I be chilled forever? Oh, come on. A string of beers? That's cool. Oh, and a perfect string of it. Well, it's not a perfect because it can have 8% life leech, but perfect on the damage reduction roll. Perfect on the roll I care about. The pits have been treating me well tonight. I have no complaints. Huge, huge, huge place to just fan that multi-shot. On your bike, on your devilkin bike, my
I
son.
am overburdened.
Now this
I
is
can't.
going to be an ethereal with 3 sockets. No, it isn't. I hate it here. This game is evil. It never gives me anything I want. It just makes me suffer,
I
and then
am
it just laughs at me.
overburdened.
Someone's beeping at me. A friend of mine who hasn't texted me in like a bunch of days just texted me to tell me they're awake. I'm like, oh, wait, you were asleep until now? You slept like the last 2 days? Pew pew pew. Pew pew pew. I have no idea what my positioning really needs to be here. I wasn't paying any attention. Alright, actually, what we do need to do here is just kind of probably not be here. Probably just stop coming down these little side corridors full of fallen. Hold on, didn't a fallen just drop a string of ears? Look at the knockback. It's so satisfying. I wish there was some way to like break a rune down into like lower level runes. Like, it couldn't be just like, oh, okay, well, you just cube like an Am rune into, 3 Thal runes or something silly like that, because it's way too generous.
I am overburdened.
But something where, like, I don't know,
I can't.
the rune plus a perfect gem, and it turns into 2 of the lower rune. But that's also probably, like, it would have to only work for, like, genuinely low runes, because that could definitely be seen as, like, a huge bargain for some high runes. But some kind of system like that would be really cool. Because one of the biggest reasons in this game to, like, go back to, like, lower level characters and, like, start new characters and stuff like that is genuinely to just get things like low runes and chip gems. Because once you get to a certain level, they actually start to become, like, pretty rare drops. And the game is definitely better at that than it used to be, because it used to be like you just did not drop chip gems at all. And the rune drops used to be like way more sparse from what I could tell, but also it's possible just that like we didn't really understand how to farm them properly, so it was just a skill issue. But I swear, when I used to like play like fresh LOD 108 era, like I don't think I personally saw anything higher than like a doll rune. Like I was like hyped if I saw a doll rune drop just because it was so rare. But this could just be cope. Like me just didn't kill much or didn't really know how to like farm the runes properly. Ah, that's right. So I was going to do the Glacial Trail and Drifter Cabin. The problem is... Oh, okay, no, that's cool. I do have a waypoint for the trail. And what do we got? nasty things, but I don't mind. They're going to be tanky on Players 5, but the EXP will be good. Whee! Whee! As soon as you hear that whee, stuff just starts dying. It's so strong. Wait, is that... Be the rarer one, please. Don't be Arcanas. Of course, it's Arcanas. Get that shit out of here. I need to remember to get ID scrolls. Or at least pick some up off the floor. No one can stop me. Yeah, I want to get up to the cellar faster, because that should have a higher density. It'll be smaller, obviously. But the policy here should just be to get to the cellar quick and hit that repeatedly. Kill the super uniques. Like, the game gives you very little incentive to kill regular mobs. Go away. Be gone. So, something I've said is, like, I would really love to see Strafe made so that, like, it has, like, a hold to cast, like, hold to aim, release to cast kind of mechanic, where, like, you hold and you see this cone, and then you release to, like, you know, auto-target things just inside the cone. Yeah, we're just... Like, we're not even gonna give you a chance, I'm sorry. Holy shock. Elite archers are scary as hell if you give them a chance, so we're not. Alright, normally it's freaking hell in here, now it's just like empty. What is that? +2 to increase speed? Nah. Just give me one that's like... I don't know. Oh, this guy doesn't want to die. They have so much physical immunity. Not immunity, but resistance. You really need to get the curse on them to actually chip them down. Yeah, I don't even know if it's worth coming in here now. This is just shit. Oh wait, no, that's a minion pack. Alright. Like, some of the best stuff in the game has some of the best drop chances in places like this Drifter Cavern and the Icy Cellar and... I probably... yeah, I don't want to walk all the way up there. That's not good for my health. On Players 5, you really have to, like, chunk through them. Someone that has a... It's this jerk. Yeah, and of course, you're just magically immune to knockback somehow. Moonlords.
How may I be of help?
Still the just most stupidly overtuned thing in this game. legitimately worse than the Minions of Destruction. Like, the number of times in this game where I can genuinely remember just being, like, hard stuck at a Minions of Destruction pack that I just couldn't kill. It's definitely happened, and it can happen, but it genuinely feels like, unless you're playing, like, even on a build like this, you can get hard stuck on Deathlord packs. Like, you're 50% slow, and they'll still just chunk a level 20 Valk. Oh my god, can I be unfrozen, like, ever? No? No, I have to be frozen forever? Like, actually forever. Oh, did he have a Holy Freeze aura and it had that much fucking range? God, that's so fucked. Like, I genuinely thought that was Holy Freeze, and I kept trying to move further and further and further away, and I had it to the point where he was literally on the edge of the screen. And that's why I assumed it had to have been a chill effect. But it's like, nah, fuck you. Like, I really hate stuff like that. Because it's like, you know, what, like, so, hold on, how do I play around that? What's my counterplay? How do I outplay a Holy Freeze aura that takes up a whole screen? Because Cannot Be Frozen does nothing, Thawing Potions do nothing. Literally nothing does nothing. If you're in the radius, you just get hard slowed, and if you're a physical damage character, you just have a massive reduction to your damage. Which is like, you know, cool, okay. But like, what's my counterplay? You know, and the counterplay should be, you know, stay out of the radius of the aura, which is already kind of like not good, because it's like, you know, it's one of those things of like, oh, you're homeless, we'll just buy a house, you know, like, it's like, yeah, of course, right? But like, you know, what if I'm playing any one of the many builds that exist in this game that just don't, you know, can't deal with things at range? Am I just supposed to accept that, like, well, now there's just some random affix that just completely hard counters my existence, and there's nothing I can do about it? And like, yeah, there is. I mean, there's a lot of stuff that does that to you if you're a melee character. But it's also like, hold on a minute, it also does that to me if I'm a physical range character, because the range on it is so ridiculous. I can't even get out of it. Look what they are doing to this guy's health. Like, I was genuinely feeding him full juvies and he still got killed. The Valk seems able to hack it though. But I've said it, I mean, these are the most overtuned enemies in the game. And for just no reason. Like, the Means of Destruction being this sort of like, you know, literal penultimate challenge in the game, they should be, like, they're overtuned to a silly extent, and I think some of the things they have are just kind of like, hold on a minute, why do they have 95% poison resistance on normal? Like, that's just someone on the dev team just doesn't like poison characters and just doesn't want you to play them, basically, or wants you to, like, suffer if you do play them. I really hate that kind, like those kinds of decisions in game design where it's just like, you know, like for no reason we're just gonna make this thing like completely impossible to deal with for XYZ build. And it's just like, well, why you even put that build in the game? I mean, like we all know Poison Dagger Necro is a complete pile of garbage, but like Poison Necros can be quite good. They need obscene gear to like really make it work, but you know,
Afternoon.
I don't know. I think everything in Hell has way too much fire resistance. Fire builds, like when you see like the wall you hit as a pure fire build, just going from Nightmare to Hell, and I don't even mean like obviously there's going to be a lot of stuff that's just immune to fire in Hell. Way too much stuff, in my opinion, but whatever. Like fire goes from being like the best thing in the game to just trash. And you can be like and if you look at sort of like the progression of it, it just feels like so off. Where you can go from like a Holy Fire Paladin, for example, is arguably the most broken thing in the game. I don't know why I went back there. I think I just was thinking about getting some thawing potions. It probably wouldn't be a bad idea, but yeah, it's fine. But yeah, I was just saying, like, a Holy Fire Paladin can go from being, like, the most insanely broken thing in the game. Like, literally, like, four-shotting Andariel and just running through the map with, like, everything exploding without them even having to, like, attack stuff. You know, overtuned to the point of, like, comedy in both normal and Nightmare up to Act 4. And then it's just, like, literally not worth playing. Like, it's unplayably shit. And it's the same with, like, a Fireclaw Druid, Fire Sorceress, blah, blah, blah. And again, the game gives you respecs, and that's fine. And I don't think there's anything wrong with saying, like, well, you know, hey, players have respecs. You can respec into something that's better in Hell. Sure. But then it's also like, I don't know, but why does that build even exist? And I know, I'm like, oh, that's actually kind of cool. I think I might want to keep that, but I'm also like, yeah. Nah. Man, it can take so long to just chip down a small group. And then sometimes it's easier to chip down a big group because the big group has, you know, you get more pierce, which means you get more curses. And obviously a big, dense group is the best of the best. Go stand in the corner. Drop me a mana potion. Nice guy. I love doing that. When you walk into like a big open area like this, these jerks start shooting back, but oh, that's so cool. They're just helpless there. But my mercenary wants to face tank a bunch of ranged attacks for just no reason, so we can't actually have nice things. I will just stand here and multi-shot until they're pretty much all dead. And yeah, my mercenary just... he clearly wanted to die, And I would have loved to help him, and I tried. I gave him like 3. Well, I gave him 1. Fuck him. He didn't deserve more than 1. He was being an idiot.
What is it?
If I shield him from the consequences of his idiotic decisions, he'll never learn. So if he wants to just stand there and face tank fireballs, I'm not wasting juvies on him. I would rather let him die and, you know, experience some hopeful character building trauma. Why am I just frozen forever again? This is a really fucking horrible map when it wants to be a complete asshole and spawn stuff in positions like that. Okay. The freeze is starting to like,
Of hell.
oh my god.
Hello. Yes.
Like when you actually play without cannot be frozen, like no, genuinely, I challenge you to do a run, a full hell playthrough as a physical damage character without cannot be frozen, and then tell me when you're done that freeze is, you know, like an acceptable mechanic. I don't even know if I can get out of here. Nope. Alright, well. It was my fault for going into that corner in the first place, but I don't know, it still pisses me off. Free, like, it's... I've said it before. The problem with this game is that... So someone at Blizzard was like... When they did the numbers, they were like, oh, well, everything on Nightmare is just going to be 25% more. Everything on Hell is just going to be 75% more. It's just going to be this, it's just going to be that. Right? And then the results of that were never properly actually, like, play tested. Because, for example, and the classic example of this kind of, like, you know, let's just multiply it approach is Diablo's Lightning, which when you just multiply its range actually makes it so that you can just stand right in front of Diablo and not be hit by it because there's a safe spot. I wonder if I should go to the Ancient's Way. Might as well. I can crank the player settings down a little bit. I don't need to play this on players 5. Just to get through quicker. But yeah, as I was saying, so like there's a lot of things that just clearly were not really play tested. And like that's just, like, you need to understand that's how games were made back then. In the sense of, like, particularly when it came to things like difficulty scaling. The really classic example would be like Doom, for example. Like, nobody knew or cared if you could actually finish Doom on the highest difficulty setting. In fact, you know, a good number of devs did not think that you could finish it on the highest difficulty setting, and I don't want to be there. But, like, come on, this shit of, like, you're chilled and it lasts so long
Good afternoon.
that you know, it might as well be a permanent debuff. It's just like, okay, we'll just go back to town and get unchilled, and or just constantly play with thawing potions, just have another inventory tax, like, you know, forcing players to not have an inventory is not fun. Like that's literally saying like, hey, you like quality of life? Fuck you. And like nobody likes not quality of life. Like nobody is out here saying like, oh, you know what? You know what's wrong? I have too much quality of life. This game is too fun. It's too streamlined. It works too well. We need to introduce more like frustration and like pointless hoops to jump through, and you know, meaningless shit tests for the player. And I don't think that's how you actually build difficulty in games. But then again, we come back to this thing of like, I don't think anyone at Diablo, you know, at Blizzard, consciously sat down and ever really play tested the, you know, the fact that like curses will sit on your head for like 40 seconds in hell, chill lasts for like 25 seconds, and if you don't have cannot be frozen, you're chilled in like every third fight, and you're just permanently chilled and forced to carry like a massive amount of thawing pots. Which was like, you know, thawing pots were a great idea in the base game because charms didn't exist. But now it's like, oh, you know, we want to have this kind of, you know, RPG aspect of like, well, carry potions, carry antidotes, because if you get crit poisoned in hell, you will literally have to go back to town to heal. Even if you have 75% poison resist, even if you have poison damage reduced, you will still have to go back to town to heal, because you'll be poisoned for like a minute and you'll just consistently be losing like 50 life a second for like a minute. And nothing can sustain that, so you just end up having to go back to town. So that's essentially saying like, well, this is just a fun tax unless you carry antidotes. Like, we're just going to stop you playing the game every now and then for no reason. It's almost never going to kill you. It's just going to stop you playing the game every now and then. So it's literally just like an inconvenience / fun tax. Because, you know, what they're trying to do is force you to carry antidotes, which is fine. Was fine. Because in LOD you didn't have charms. And prior to LOD, the game was much easier, so you didn't need the buffs that charms gave you. Oh, that's right, I have to go through this disgusting area to get to the Ancient Sword. It's fine, I need the waypoint anyway. And I should be able to just run through here fairly easily. Of course there are archers, though. But as I say, like, I don't think anyone at Blizzard, like, realistically sat down and play tested the idea of, like, you know, crit poison lasting for a minute in hell, or just being constantly chilled as a melee fighter unless you have, like, one of 7 fucking items in the game that give you cannot be frozen. Okay, now we kind of have to fight. And again, I'm just chilled. Like, oh, thanks. Just a random death clan just spectral hits and chills me. Like I said, anything in hell can just randomly spectral hit you. Oh, that's right, these pricks. I might honestly have to just re-roll this. Because these guys are literally just going to body block and not die. So I can't run past them. The second I'm like about to be happy because I'm thinking to myself like, oh, that's nice, I knocked him back so I don't have to be chilled for a week, I get chilled by a fucking catapult.
Salutations.
But yeah, like, if anyone was ever going to look at this game, like, this is all shit that just needs to be looked at. Like, poison should be lethal. Like, I would have nothing against the idea of, like, you know, I get crit poisoned. Like, this guy just literally cannot not spectral hit. He always does cold damage and always chills me. Yeah, fuck it, I'm gonna reroll this. I'm just putting myself through shit to try and deal with, like, a really garbage random rolled map. But this is, when I say, like, Act 5 has terrible pacing, like, that whole area can just be deleted. And to be honest, like, 50% of the ice caves, like, Act 5 is 2 tile sets. It's like, and like, one of them is, like, visually cool but miserable to play on, and one of them is, like, okay to play on but just, like, visually boring and, like, utterly repetitive. And then you have the Worldstone Keep, which is, you know, again, it's just like Worldstone Keep. Like, look, like, pretty much all the kind of dungeon tiles in this game are just interchangeable. Like Nilithak's whole area, the Worldstone Keep, it's completely interchangeable. But then Act 5, it also has that shit of, like, the random just, like, RNG enemy placement, which, you know, I don't know. I don't think it's as good as Act 4. Oh, that's right. I need to come. I just may not even worry about this today, because the game just wants to fuck with me right now, like throwing might packs at me and... But yeah, I don't know. Act 5 has no character, and it kind of has no soul outside of the first time you play it. Like, in normal difficulty, where it actually has its own monsters. But its own monsters kind of suck. Oh, God. Alright. There's no way I'm just running through there. It's too fucking narrow. I don't know why I'm doing this to myself. I'm just going to go back to the pits. Honestly, I probably won't even try to get that waypoint until I just, like, grab a teleport staff or something, because fuck playing for waypoints without
Good
teleport.
afternoon.
But yeah, from like a, like,
Afternoon.
I don't know, the enemies in Act 5 are, at least when you get to the Chaos Sanctuary, like, extremely devastating, and they can feel immensely unfair when you take them on. And I do think that's some bullshit, in the sense of, like, you know, like, oh, I'm playing a barbarian in the Chaos Sanctuary, I have to go into melee combat, but I'm just going to spend the entire time either decrepified or amp damaged. And, you know, knowing that, like, anyone with range, any caster, just doesn't give a shit about either of those things. Like, they do, but they can play around them. They have tools to play around them. But as a melee character, you have nothing. You literally just have to suffer. And it's... I don't know, man. There's just not enough stuff in this game that is like that for casters. Even if the one thing in this game that exists solely to fuck up casters doesn't actually work, because, you know, the devs genuinely think that people are pumping the energy stat as a caster, and they're gonna. So it's like, I just don't even know how to explain how stupid that is. That it, like, So like every third boss mob can put amp damage on you as a melee fighter, which just completely bricks you and fucks you and like is genuinely like unwinnable. And even some of the best equipment in the game, it just nullifies its value. Like you can be wearing Storm Shield and Sharp Stop or Vamp Gazer, you can be at max 50% damage reduction cap for physical damage reduction. Do you know what completely strips that away? Amp damage. I don't have a potion. Alright, you know what?
Good day.
Good day.
Just fuck playing without cannot be frozen.
Yes.
Hello.
That's not something that should happen. Like you should never feel like you have no choice but to have this certain thing. That is very rare and forces you to like sacrifice equipment and blah 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 blah. It's just one little niche thing that without it the game is just misery. That's bad game design right there. And there's a million ways to adjust to make it good. Like, you just need stuff that you can interact with, that's all. And, like, I get it, yes, thawing pots are a way to interact with it. But they're actually not, because, you know what, I want you to go, and I want you to look at, like, every single active stream right now of everyone playing Diablo. And I want you to find someone whose inventory who isn't in, like, Act 1 normal, that has free inventory slots. Like, yes, hardcore players will sacrifice an entire layer of belt slots just to carry thawing potions. Done it myself. And that's fine. Hardcore players, are playing a fundamentally different game in which the key point is survival. But you just shouldn't have to do that, I'm sorry. Like, in order to interact with it, I shouldn't have to sacrifice 25% of my belt space or leave charms in my inventory or something like that. For an item that is disposable, it would be fine if potions worked the way they do in, like, The Last Exile, where, in Path of Exile, which is one of the things that Path of Exile does that just, like, if I were, if I had been making the Diablo reboot, I would have just hard copied it. Like, the way potions work in that game is just better. Like, there's less inventory management. There's less just random inventory tax. There's, And yeah, as I say, if thawing pots and antidotes and stuff like that worked like that, then I would say hell yeah, put more in, man. Put freaking fire resistance potions and potions of grounding or something. Like, do whatever you want. Like, give us ways to interact with things. But when, like, a third of the enemies in the game can put a chill on you that just flat lasts for so long, that you will genuinely be like, oh, okay, I have to, like, stop playing the game now until this goes away, or I have to go see a healer and make it go... Like, it's just stupid. It shouldn't be like that. Like, it needs to be... if it's going to be as ubiquitous as it is, it needs to be less punishing. Or the solution for it needs to be more common. Something, I don't know. Or, okay, so what else, what they could do as well, if you're just really committed to the idea that, like, you know, the game is supposed to be about, you know, grinding through and then, like, really suffering if you don't have these, you know, certain buttons to press or whatever. Like, that's fine, man. Like, I'm totally okay with that. So, make it affect casting speed. Because that's what sucks about things like chill, is it's like when there's just one like golden child class or something that just doesn't have to worry about this shit, and you're just sitting here thinking like, I'm actually just being punished for playing the wrong character class at this point. Because, and I've said it a million times, like even this character class doesn't suffer anywhere near as badly as like a zealot or a barbarian or something, with things like amp damage, might auras. You know, you have ways of like shutting that down and dealing with them. Like, there's literally nothing they can do. Like, the amount of stuff in this game that is just like GG, save and exit, reroll the map for a melee character versus a range character versus a caster is just consistently diminishing. Like, and if it's for the queen of the casters, the favored golden child sorceress, there's literally no such thing as a GG go next map. Aside from like once every like 1,000 years when, you know, the frickin' stars align and you just get some like absolute like hell map of misery that you can't even just teleport through, even if you have like really good teleport breakpoints. Most of the time, no matter how miserable the map, if you just have good breakpoints, you can literally just teleport through anything. Like, before the enemies even know you're there, you're already gone. Like, you just... So even if you get to the point where there's stuff that is literally just GG, like, GG, this cannot be dealt with, I can't kill it, it will just chew through my merc instantly and then run after me, and I don't have the space to like kite it and deal with it, I just say, okay game, you want to be like that? I just skip this shit. Let's see what's on the next floor. Let's see what's in the next, you know, tunnel. Let's see what's around the next corner. Like, you always have that option. But this is legitimately like the best way I have ever found to play a melee character in this game. Setting aside having, you know, GG God tier endgame, you know, stuff, is just stack slow and fight from range. Like, this Amazon with her, even back when her bow did 60 damage, the amount of shit that she could just chew her way through, that the sorceress has to teleport and run away from, and that the barbarian has to, like, you know, just CC with Howl and then run away from, basically. Like, usually running past and to getting into the next area is insane. But yeah, the game is just like brutally stacked to the tits on ways to basically fuck your life if you're not a caster. And like, no, I'm really trying to rack my brains, like, what exactly in this game exists that, like, specifically messes with casters. It's like ranged enemies are dangerous to casters, but ranged enemies are dangerous to everything, and they're way more dangerous to things that have to, like, run towards them. So, nope. Any of the bosses? Like Baal has mana burn, I guess, but mana burn is arguably more dangerous if you're a close range fighter. Because let's say you're a close range fighter, right? You're doing damage, you're taking damage, and you're relying on like potions and leech, and that depends on you consistently dealing damage. Now you get mana burn. Now there's like, either you eat a full juvie instantly, or you basically can't attack because you have no mana for however long it takes for a mana pot to give it back to you. In which case you just die. If you're in a serious fight, you die. So you either eat a full juvie or you die. Every single time you get mana burn. You eat a full juvie or you die. Most things with mana burn will never even like proc that effect on a sorceress because she's just gone. Like she's not next to them. She's hiding. She's moving. She has teleport. Like I've never been afraid of mana burn as a sorceress. I'm scared shitless of mana burn as like a zealot, or God forbid a druid with a two-hander, because they just insta die if they're not leeching. So no, mana burn is way, way, way worse for melee characters than it is for ranged characters. And it's, you know, it's kind of like a triviality for ranged characters. Okay, what else is there? Cursed? Cursed is almost entirely geared at screwing over melee characters. Ranged characters and sorceresses can play around it, because kiting and dodging is a form of damage mitigation. You can't kite and dodge when you have to hold a position whacking stuff, because you can't move when you're swinging your melee weapon. But you can like move between attacks with a ranged weapon. So, you know, even if I'm ant damage and there's something that can get to me, like, there's extra fast. Okay, that's fine. I have slow. I have a Merc in front of me. I have a Valk. There's archers. That's fine. I don't mind. I can dodge their arrows. I can slow them so the arrows come slower, and then I can physically dodge the arrows. Yo, as a melee character, you have none of those options. You just have to run in. But it's just like, I don't know. Cold, chill, utterly devastating for melee, pretty much ignorable for casters. Holy Freeze Aura, like, you know, GG reroll the map shit for melees, totally ignorable for a caster. Like, the only thing that's, like, stuff that is really dangerous to melee fighters annoys you as a caster only to the extent that it causes your mercenary to be overrun. Like, you're concerned for the hired help, you're not worried for yourself. And the number of times when I would be in, like, the ancient tunnels with my sorceress, and, you know, a bunch of zombies or something would, like, kill my mercenary, and then it's just like, whatever, I just walk around them and kill them with Frozen Orb. Like, I never needed the mercenary to win the fight. But, you know, sometimes you do need the mercenary to win the fight. They're extra fast or something. You really just need a frontline. You need a tank. So then it's like you can be concerned about the fact that like, oh well, they can really crumple your mercenary, but you can feed them full juvies. And you can help them with just your raw damage output if you're fighting the right enemies. Because if everything's dead, they don't have to tank anything. But as I say, these are the levels of concern that these things have for something like a sorceress. It's like, oh, okay, well, wow. Wow, man, they really chunked my mercenary. Ooh, scary. You know, if you're playing a melee character, they just killed you. Like fanaticism, might, extra strong. You know, all this stuff that it's literally GG go next. Like, reroll the map, sorry, have fun. Should have played a caster situation. But I really love this. I really love this specific gameplay loop. Because you get to play a melee character. You don't force into the freaking caster loop. And you avoid a lot of the bad stuff about it. And it's like, yeah, I can just put a Raven Frost on. It means less MF. You know, it means no lightning absorb, but that's fine. You know, I can physically avoid lightning. And there's no point having MF if you can't, like, live the areas where you're MFing. Oh, that's a cool find. I actually think these boots are garbage if they are the things I think they are. Sandstorm Trek. I mean, hit recovery on boots is really nice, but I've already got a pair. I don't value stats. I mean, vitality is a valuable stat, but not for boots. Fucking poison resist is garbage. I forget who was. I was watching some guy doing a video about like ranking uniques in Diablo 2, and I think he ranked them as the best boots in the game, and that's just like, I'm sorry. Is there some like meta involving them in the multiplayer scene that I just don't know about? Do people just not like good boots? Maybe I'm just really undervaluing hit recovery, but the way I see it is like, okay, look, if you're a druid and you're fighting in melee and you don't have a shield, you probably want a crap ton of hit recovery because you have garbage recovery frames and you're constantly going to be getting hit. If you're playing a sorceress or a boazon or a javazon or a necromancer or a hamadin or basically, if you're playing one of the good classes that doesn't have to just brainlessly run in and get bullied and shit on by everything, getting hit is a choice. Getting hit is a skill issue. I say that as someone who gets hit a lot. But half the time when I walk around a corner and get wanked, I go, oh, shit, I shouldn't have done that. But you see what I'm saying? Like, you don't need hit recovery, you need to not get hit. And that's just another situation where it's like, well, I have that option as a ranged character. I have the option to just not get hit. Getting hit is a choice. Barbarian does not have that option. Ooh, spicy. So yeah, I don't really value hit recovery. It's good on Blood Fist, I think. And that's probably the only hit recovery item that I would genuinely consider. And only then, it would depend. If the 10 IAS was like relevant for your breakpoints, having like really good hit recovery on gloves But then again, it's like, I don't know. When you think about the really strong gloves in this game, like Dracul's, even like, just like IK plus the belt, it's just like, do I really care? Again, you know, I guess it comes down to your recovery frames, how much health you have, and how often you're, you know, how often you have to get hit, basically. But, I don't know. I just think those boots are garbage. But then a lot of boots in this game are trash. And a lot of uniques in general in this game are trash. And I understand, like, where the thought process of them is. You know, like, there's those boots that give you, like, +5 mana after each kill. And it's like, look, it's nice not to have to drink mana pots. But I need to not die. Like, you know what I mean? Like, you know, that's a quality of life stat. And if all the item has going for it is quality of life, it ain't good enough. Sorry. Like, everything you slot on your character needs to actually do something meaningful for you. Even if it is just giving you some resist and some life. Making it so you have to drink less mana pots is so far below. Like, legitimately, it's at the point where it's like, you know, someone's going to say to me, like, here, you can have these, you know, rare, unique boots that give you +5 to mana after each kill. That's a cool find, but
I can't.
already got one. Still a cool find. But yeah, if someone came to me and was like, oh, would you like these cool boots? And I was playing, like, you know, seriously, I would genuinely just be like, no, I'll buy boots at the shop with, like, a stat that actually is valuable to me. Like, fire resist, MF. Like, it take you, like, 3 minutes to shop for a pair of boots that it's flatly better than most uniques. And then you could just very easily gamble rares that are better than pretty much all uniques, unless you're a melee character, because Gore Rider and Goblin 2 are really good. But most of the boots in this game, as far as I'm concerned, are not even slottable. Like, look, there's a world where you use them, right? Because I don't know, you have. I don't know why I even picked that up, because I don't care how many sockets it has. It's a terrible base. I kind of want to roll a black in a Scourge, because I want to play through hell with a black. As a kind of follow-up to, like, doing it with the old 60 damage bow. Because black is such an accessible rune word. And I think black is kind of like... if you're a fast attacking melee character, you should be fine with a black, especially if you give it good support. Like if you have an Atlas, for example, it won't even be it won't even be trouble. But yeah, obviously you want a good base, a really fast base, to proc Crushing Blow as often as possible, so the Scourge would be a good base, especially for a Paladin. And I've yet to really do anything with a Paladin, so it would be cool to, like, just take a Paladin through hell with some, like, really basic setup with, like, a black and some slow. But I've really been racking my brain of like, how would I use slow as a melee character? There's just no way to use it as effectively as a Boazon can use it. That doesn't mean it's valueless.
I can't carry anymore.
But yeah, that doesn't mean it's valueless. It just means that, like... So, like... Put it this way. As a Boazon, you can pretty much brick everything if you have enough slow. Like, you don't need a huge amount of damage. As long as you have some, like, open wounds or something, you'll slowly chew through stuff. You don't need resistances. Because when everything's slow, the option really is there to just not get hit. You don't need, like, loads of life. You don't need block chance. In fact, you kind of want to pump dex, because if your survival strategy is tag everything so it's slowed, and then deal with it while it's slowed, it's very important that you are able to consistently tag things with strafe or even multi-shot. Like, multi-shot is always going to be better. So I'm going to kill some of these minion packs this time, just because they're bugging me and I'm tired of running from them. The thing is like, I, as an archer, can, like, tag a bunch of archers and slow them to make them do it. But what does a zealot do? Particularly if there's some meat shield stopping them from getting to the archers, like... I don't know. It's not, like, I'm not saying slow is bad, I'm just saying that, like, there is just no way you could, like, or at least I don't think it's very viable to have a paladin go into, like, hell with, like, Clegs and Blackthorns and, you know, something else that gives slow as well. I don't even know what else there is. There are some weapons that give slow, some of which are very good. But most of them are kind of crap. But slow can't be your only survival strategy as, like, a paladin. That's... Milbragas, which is... Oh no, that's Civerbs, which is actually... For a level 9 weapon, this is some freaking crazy damage. Obviously, because it scales with level, but... if you have one of those at level 9, it will shred pretty nicely. It's a good weapon to clear normal with, especially for a barbarian. Like, you give him that and a strength with your double swing setup. But yeah, every time I start thinking about, like, how I would gear a paladin to go through hell, you know, safely and easily, you know, setting aside, like, a dual spirit hammered in, because we all know that that's super easy. I always end up thinking, like, so, part of the solution to the gearing problem kind of always ends up involving stuff that just is not that easy to get. You know? Like, I was just kind of thinking to myself, like, you know, you could use, like, Nosferatu's Coil for slow, and the perfect weapon, I would say, for a zealot who's, you know, doing the same sort of thing as this setup, but obviously not with the MF stuff, would be, I think it's called Cold Steel Eye, the Cutlass, because it has slow, it has really good ED, but it has bad damage because the exceptional base that it's in just doesn't have good, like it's just a really weak base. So even though it can have like 250 ED, the damage roll on it is just kind of bunk. But if you were to upgrade that weapon to Elite... Is this the Elite? God, I hope not. What absolute garbage. I guess they have to... Anything with replenished quantity, they kind of have to balance it around the possibility of it rolling ethereal. On the other hand... But yeah, if I could get a Cold Steel Eye, maybe that. But then it's like, you know, if you have, I mean, I don't actually think with amp damage, it would probably be fine if it wasn't upgraded, because it does about the same damage as Rip Hook, but then it also has just like a really good innate deadly strike chance. And it's super fast attacking, so with like Zeal and Fanaticism, it would be like really good at proccing amp damage. So I'm like pretty convinced you could clear hell with that sword. I can't think of many other items with slow, like melee weapons with slow, that I would want to try and clear hell with. Because like, what do you, I mean, there's the Elite Dagger, which I've talked about before, which easy you could clear hell with that on a Zealot Paladin. It's a really freaking good weapon. It's, you know, it's an elite base, it has a really high ED roll, it has Crushing Blow, it has Open Wounds, it has Slow, it has fucking Deadly Strike, like all just on it. It has everything you want. Particularly good for, you know, like use your Smite on like tough stuff and then, you know, Zeal them down. But yeah, like there's no question that you can do it with that. That's a super strong weapon. But most of the two-handers that have slow, I don't know. I mean, there's the Kelpie Snare, but you don't want to be using Kelpie Snare on a freaking Paladin. And if you were to use Kelpie Snare on a Whirlwinder, which is, I was thinking about something like that, but then it's just like, well, the Whirlwinder can't proc amp damage at all. So where's your damage going to come from? Like, just Open Wounds, just Crushing Blow. And there's no Open Wounds or Crushing Blow on, you know, the weapon base. So it's just going to be whatever you can, like, shove on your equipment. Which realistically is going to mean your boots. Although, I mean, I guess if you're doing it with a Whirlwind Barbarian, but this is the thing, because you can't, as a melee character, you still need to have some resistances. You can't be, like, you know, one shot to anything with ranged, but also not be able to slow them from range to make them approachable, because you'll just get utterly decimated by archers and mages and, you know, freaking vipers, and anything that has a ranged attack is just going to absolutely crush you, and there's going to be very little you can do about it. But then it's like, alright, so you need a shield. So what weapon? So as soon as you introduce a shield into the equation, I would rather have that set up on a Zealot because the Zealot can proc amp damage. Get out of here.
I can't carry anymore.
You can't carry anymore. Oh, it's ethereal and sockative. What a prick. I hate it here. This is the worst game ever. I don't even know why I play it. Ooh, the attack rating on multi-shot, like as we level, is just actually getting like really usable. Which is so nice, because you can just tag everything with slow. Hey, look at this! Look at these uniques!
I can't carry anymore.
This is a good one for the Act 3 mercs. Or if you're playing like a Holy Fire Paladin, just mule that on over. Though, I think a Holy Fire Paladin would prefer a Strength or something. Because Crushing Blow is still amazing. The pits have been like super good to me today though. I cannot complain. I still will complain because I'm a shit like that. And complaining is fun. But if you're sitting there thinking, what a fucking whinger. It's valid. I love whinging. I love bitching about stuff. But also, like, I don't know. I like bitching about things I like. I don't like bitching about things I really don't like. Because it's like, there's a lot of games that I just don't play. I don't care about. And I'm sure there's, like, reasons why they're not good or whatever. And I don't care. I just don't play them. They're not interesting to me. I don't want to talk about them, and I don't care about why they're bad.
I am overburdened.
You please be a ethereal. I hate it here, man. I hate it here. The pit. I've never gotten anything good from the pits. Never. I'm not allowed to have nice things, and RNG secretly hates me. I offended the RNG gods in a past life, I know it. And, you know, you all think it's this impartial and fair mechanic. It's not. It has a grudge against some people, like me. Personal animosity against me. It knows I will be too strong. That's why. It's because it fears my power. If it gives me good stuff. It's like... It knows if I reach my final form, all is lost. Bro, can I strafe at the... At like the 5... Like, no, you just shoot the one skeleton, not the 5 people. Ooh. Very spicy from the pits. Could be anything. But I have a policy. I do not identify unique jewelry. I just put them in my inventory. And then one of these days, I will do a stream specifically to identify them all. Because look, there's jewelry I could get. It would be really nice to have another Stone of Jordan. It would be really nice to have a perfect Nagel. I don't need any of it. I have a High Lords. I have a couple of Maras. I'm not hurting for rings and amulets. Plenty of Ravenfrost, plenty of Dwarf Stars, plenty of, you know, the basic stuff, Manals, all that. So, you know, I'm not like identifying it in the hopes of like, oh, you know, I need a Maras, I need a High Lords for this build to make, you know, to make this character work, blah blah blah. I would really love more Atmos Scarabs because Atmos Scarabs are so freaking good and so underrated, but it's fine. I'll literally stockpile them for like a month and then just do some one stream where I just identify like an entire mule's inventory worth of rings and amulets. I should try to roll sockets into that, but whatever. I kind of want to do a polearm like Whirlwinder. I know it's going to be miserable. But there's so many good polearms in this game, and so many...
I can't carry anymore.
Can you do anything in a 6-socket axe? Let us see. 6-socket. I think Honor is a 6-socket. Honor's not very good, but... oh, Unbending Will. That's the Barbarian one, which is pretty good and very cheap. Silence. What is silence? So silence needs Ist and Vex. It's so power crept. It's so bad. Like what is even the kind of money shot on silence? It's like MF, I suppose. Minus requirements is good. It has so many good things on it, but the ED is just not good enough. But Unbending Will is really good. Like, it's 300 or 350% ED. Like, that's a huge ED roll. And everything else on it is good. Good IAS. The chance to cast Taunt, I don't like, but whatever. Good Life Leech. Prevent Monster Heal is really good. Plus Vitality is good. Damage reduced by 8 is not even bad on a weapon. Last Wish is some, you know, Breath of the Dying. Like, yeah, we're not getting these. Obsession, we're not getting this. So it's really just Unbending Will and Silence, and I don't particularly like this base for axes. Still cool. But yeah, I really do want to do a polearm barbarian, just because, like, I want to, like, just play. Like, there's so many polearms in this game that are not that bad. The issue is that, like, oh, okay. I'm definitely going to roll that. Because if that can roll... Although, I don't even know if that can roll with enough sockets for me to really do something. But even if it rolls with 2... no, I can't make a black in it because it's a sword. And there's no point just rolling a second hustle for a mercenary. So... that's a shame. Ooh, small charm. Always enticing, always interesting. Let's da 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 da. I like a run walk charm, but not that much. It's like super chill and super fun, just farming the pits like this. But I don't know, where can I even get more MF? I can't really afford to take the Clegs off. I need at least 50% slow. I suppose the boots. It would be like, oh, if I had some war traps, that would be so good. I need at least a tiny bit of mana leech. This is a really nice find on this ring. I suppose the Razor Tail. could be dropped for a gold wrap. I don't know if the IAS would really help me at all, but like you do get a lot of damage from Pierce, but you still have Pierce on your skill tree, so it's not like you lose all your Pierce. Ooh, Terror Zone and the Worldstone Keep. I was just having the most miserable time in the Worldstone Keep, but let's roll the dice. Let's see. If we get freaking souls and unravelers, I'm just gonna like cry about it and leave. We have souls. We may not be able to do souls, although, hold on. You know what? If the freaking souls want a war, we'll go to war. Where's my... Where is my sword? I'm crying about losing the Ravenfrost. I hope I don't get frozen. Ugh, even with a big chunk of lightning absorb, they still just vacuum your health away. But, you know, if I can bully them from like 3 screens away and there's only 1 level worth of them, I don't mind. Can I go to the Mana Shrine game, please? Like, as long as they're not just like easy clap one-shotting me, then, you know, whether or not I can deal with them is, you know, a skill issue. Alright. Mana? There was mana here, thank you. 1 is enough. I was hoping for a second row, but... He's just dying because poison in hell, even though he has 75% poison resistance. So, that's cool. But, you know, it's Terror Zone Worldstone Keep. You know, it's not like a kid's birthday party at Chuck E. Cheese or something. It's supposed to be horrible. But these are some tanky souls. But now they've got the amp damage on them. Get out of here, souls. On your soul bike. Get out of here, you floating cunts. Fuck off back to fucking hell. Ah! Scary, scary, scary. Please don't hurt me, souls. That was a prank. I was just talking shit. It didn't mean anything by it. No, 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 no. I didn't want to run into the middle of the souls. Could fucking manage to do that. Look at the mercenary though, just thugging it out, drawing all the fire. Exactly what I pay the man for. Just doing his job like a boss. Pew pew pew. Yeah, we're doing this. Like, I knew souls were going to be a big struggle for this setup, because look at my lightning resistance. It's -7. The only reason I don't get like insta one shot is because I do have Blackthorns and the Wisp projector, so I have a lot of lightning absorb. But
Good afternoon.
souls still hit comically hard. Like, you can be a freaking paladin and have, you know, resist lightning on your aura. You know, because you're like a holy shock paladin or something. and that raises your max lightning resistance, and you can have like 90% lightning resistance and still just get absolutely like booty clapped by the souls. They're so devastating. And part of it is because lightning works like, or it seems to work the same for monsters as it does for you. Extremely high maximum damage roll with a minimum damage roll of 1. And you know, that means sometimes it's just freaking harmless. Other times it just one-shots you. Other times it just sweeps you away like a pile of dead leaves. And there's nothing you can do about it.
Afternoon.
Like freaking Mephisto would just turn around and one-shot you with his charge bolts every now and then. Just happens. Wonder where I can shove this. I'm so much running around. Ah, that was such a freaking cool find. That one has just been on my wish list. And oh yeah, that's what I'll do with my paladin. At level 68, I can just equip that and take that through hell. 100%. I don't think there's anything better I can put on a Zeal paladin. Like Azurath. Oh my god, what the hell is that? My poor Valk just got absolutely abused. Like, look at the stuff these guys are chewing through. I mean, I am feeding my Merc like a good number of juvies to stop him from like falling over instantly. But if you had to run into that as a melee character, I don't know, man. I don't know. Not in this economy. Mana, please. Mana? Healing? Yeah, good. Oh, these freaking succubuses, they have so much range and they just pummel you forever. Wait, something's healing them. What the hell is healing them? Oh nice, I needed a Ral rune. Please don't have 4 sockets, Monarch. Because then I have to... Thank you. Because like if it actually had 4 sockets, then I kind of can't justify leaving it there. Yeah, I want to know what the hell healed that succubus. Like, pardon? Whew, spicy. Oh, this is why we're struggling so much. These pricks are immune to physical, so I kind of have to proc the curse on them to get past them. And it's not that hard when they're in a group and you have some pierce. Like, see how quickly the curse goes on when we're like piercing through them? But it's when they're all like spread out and there's just like a couple here and one there and blah blah blah. Like not only do they mess with your strafe, but they're really hard to get the curse on. Oh my gosh. I do have very, very negative fire resistance because I'm wearing Skulders instead of Duriel Shell. I don't think we would have made it down here without the extra slow from the Blackthorns, to say nothing of the Lightning Absorb, so I'm pretty happy with that. I might go back and get the Shaco once we're actually in the Throne of Destruction. Because slow definitely takes the bite out of the Bell Waves. And I did the Bale Waves on Players 3 with the 60 damage version of this bow very, very comfortably. Of course, they could just get nastier affixes this time. Go away, Spectre. Be gone. But yeah, they could just get nastier affixes this time. And I'm going to make sure I get that curse off just in case there's like a bunch of freaking Moon Lords or something standing around the entrance, as there often is and shouldn't be. That's rare that I actually take Juvies out of my stash. Oh, a Route Rune. Thank you, game. Oh, I forgot to get the Shaco. Oh, well, we'll chuck that on for the actual Bale Waves. Hopefully, you know, we get a nice, clean Worldstone Keep. No funny bit. What is in there? I don't even want to know. Okay, 4 sockets. That's a little bit more interesting. But I don't like two-handed axes. I don't know. The only build in this game that to me feels comfortable with a two-hander is the druids, obviously. Even then, like, it's still better to have a shield. It's just that, you know, there are a lot of... Like, it's way easier to find a good two-handed damage stick, especially as a druid, because you have, like, no masteries or anything. Absolutely bonkers amount of stuff there. And the Valk thugging it out. He's just making everyone call her their mama out here. Go away. Healing, thank you. Healing. Alright, you know what? There was like... I saw many horrible things in this little corner room, but I've kind of seen them now, and I know they exist, so I can't justify letting them live.
I need mana.
But I also don't have to be like nice about it. I can put them down like dogs, like from a long range. And then like, you see this? You kind of lure them around this corner and then they just come into like this enfilade and get absolutely curb stomped. And it's so satisfying. Oh my god, that Cold Nova almost one-shot me. Now, a Feral Axe, that's a good base. The Champion Axe I don't like. And it's just my bias maybe because way back in the day. Ah, 4-socket as well. Alright, let's see what we can do with the 4-socket Feral Axe. If it's amazing and I have the runes for it, sure. It probably won't be. 4-socket weapon, rune word. Da 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 da. For socket, holy thunder is garbage. Spirit is not something you make. Insight is only polearm staff and missile weapons. Memory is only stubs. Harmony is only missile weapons. Passion, any weapon. Dull or El Lem. That's a pretty easy to make weapon, but it's kind of bad. Voice of Reason. Lem Co Eld L. And that's but that's only sword or mace. That also doesn't give you any physical damage. It's still kind of cool though. Two of those on a barbarian, if they like on the frenzy barb, could actually be like kind of good. The only problem is like with no leech, they can fall over very easily. But even so, I'm kind of tempted to try and do my own frenzy barb who uses them now, because it's minus 50 enemy cold resistance and a lot of chance to proc cold spells. I don't know. Oath. Shale Pull Malum. That's not that hard to get your hands on. And 50 IAS. Up to 340% ED. I don't want to use Pull Runes though, because they're so much more fun to use upgrading stuff. Kingslayer. Yeah, Gull Runes are not that rare. What does Kingslayer want? What does Kingslayer do? Ooh, Crushing Blow. Sword or Axe. Increase attack speed. ED is not the greatest, but... Oh, Open Wounds too. Ooh. I am liking Kingslayer. Kingslayer is looking kind of sexy, but... I don't know. In in a one-hander, that's good. On a two-hander, I'm not so sure. And then we've got Rift, which is pretty easy to make, but yeah, really no physical damage. So anyway, apologies for that long and doubtless dull interlude. I really should set up... I really should tweak Streamlabs so that, like, if I, go look up something Diablo related on my browser, I can, share that with anyone who's watching, so they're not just kind of like staring at a paused game. Listening to me read about rune words. But actually, that Kingslayer rune word looks really good, and the fact that it really only kind of needs a Gull rune is pretty awesome. Alright. Have we cleared out the Stinky Keep? No, not yet. Come on. Come on, everyone. Come into the middle. Alright, if you're going to spread out like that, that's fine. We'll do this the multi-shot way. And then... let's go back for our... Shiggity shiggity shwako. And, you know,
Good evening.
we just tell the demons that it's zoning time and we zon all over them. What the fuck are you laughing about? Like, okay, fair enough. He's got a bunch of guys he can and yeet at us at this point, right? But like, you know, when they start like crumpling, and he's still like, it's like, bitch, you got 2 waves left. You got nothing. Oh, and he cackles even when you kill his last wave. Like, come on. List the hard carries you, Bale. I don't care. Like, come on. The only reason people are scared of you is because you've got your big, scary attack dog. Like, Lister is so much harder than Bale. Bale is just a sponge. Oh, these guys are so tanky. They just keep healing each other. Alright. Let's go back for the mercenary. Ha ha ha. Maybe Bale was right to have laughed. He's probably in there like,
Evening.
look, they run away. Fucking unravelers. Like, look, unravelers are one of the more difficult waves. But I'm also having like just bungus luck on the cursed rocks. But yeah, we just chew through his strafe, we be patient, grind him down, off you go, on your bike, on your mummy bike. The fuck out of here, you Egyptian cunt. Fucking go back to Cairo. I have nothing against Egyptian people. I'm sure many of them come from places other than Cairo. I am attempting to sound like an ignorant lout. That rare reinforced mace, I want to go identify it. These guys are dicks and they're scary because I have negative fire resistance. And Hydras will bully me, as well as melting my mercenary. But these guys are not that. Once they get the curse on them, and they're all slowed, it slows their heal animation. It doesn't quite break it, but it slows it down to the point where, like, you know, it can be dealt with. Game, I hit the button to summon my mercenary, my freaking Valk, like 3 times. And like just straight up nothing fucking happened. That's the only reason I wasn't feeding my Merc a Juvie. Anyway, whatever. We just finish it with the Valk. It's fine. Get out of here. The Reject Council, the Stinky Council, the B-Team Council. There's so many B-Team Councils.
What is it?
You know, there's like the actual council, the one at Travancore, and then there's like Mephisto's buddies. You know what? How about a safety portal? Just, why not? I can. No one can stop me. These guys just nothing. I have to make sure I don't get infernoed, but it's all good. Oh, the chill. I hate it so much. Alright. I'm not fighting Lister and Coach Hild, so
The morning comes.
yeah. Step one is just to spread that multi-shot. Get them all nice and slow. Ooh, they just chunked my mercenary. Oh, they have Defiance. Very dangerous. Damn it, I'm gonna need arrows. But yeah, not worried at all about the minions. Like, Defiance definitely allows them to just chunk the mercenary. But that's fine. Hopefully, if we come back in... Although we haven't really thinned them out at all, but... Oh, are they cursed as well? Is that why he just got obliterated? I'm like so sensitive to noticing the curse when I'm a melee character, but I
Good afternoon.
don't always notice it when I'm playing a range character or a caster. Yeah, we actually might just be in a much better position here, like pulling them, not necessarily pulling them apart, but just pulling them into like a bit of a choke. Yeah, once you kill like even one or two, their DPS goes down, and go on your minion bike. Fuck off, back to the fucking pavilion, you demon cunt. Oh, there's another one. Get out of here. Like, what are you laughing about? What is funny about me killing your bodyguards? Freaking crab. Whee! Arrows. Arrows. No, I don't want that. Wait, actually, I do want to look at that. Oh, I'm so bad at this. Where did it go? Nothing. Get out of here. Arrows. Yes. Potions. Everything. Alright. I'd love to go into Vale. Oh, okay. I was going to say I have to go get this stupid curse washed off my head. But, nope. Apparently, I spent so long dicking around with my inventory that the curse went away on its own. Which means the heat death of the universe cannot be far away. It was nice knowing everyone. Go, you know, spend some time with your loved ones. Eat some of your favorite foods. Touch some grass. And, I don't know, meditate. Do normal kind of end-of-life things. But this isn't bad. Like, he's a damage sponge, but he's also like a kitten at this point. Once he's slowed this much, he can't do anything about it. And the only thing I have to be afraid of is running out of mana, because it's not that my chance to hit him is bad. It's that his chance to block is stupid. So I can't even consistently leech enough mana to keep casting the spell. Because I keep using the ability even. Because I hit him so rarely. Like, every time you see a little blue or red swirl around my character's head, that's when I've hit him. Is it looking like I have a 75% chance to hit him? That's because I don't. It's because in reality, I have more like a 30% chance to hit him maybe, once you factor in his block chance. Which is stupid, and it shouldn't be a thing in the game. Unless they could block elemental stuff, then fair enough, it's fair. But then that doesn't make any sense, but... giving monsters 3 layers of damage gating against melee attacks, which is like, I want you to just do the math on this, okay? So Sorceress throws a fireball which does 100 damage. A Barbarian swings a sword which does 100 damage. Let's imagine they're like equipotent, which they're not in almost every case, unless you have amazing gear that you spent ages farming your tits off for. The fireball will just do base more damage because it just scales with level. Your weapon doesn't. But let's imagine, for the sake of argument, that they are equipotent. All right. Well, most abilities in this game, most melee abilities, hit one enemy at a time. So right off the bat, it's like the fireball, which can hit like 7 enemies at a time. Well, there you go, just does 7 times as much damage, just instantly. Like single target melee abilities in this game need to do 2-3 times as much damage as they actually do, and give way more attack rating. And I don't care if that means Berserk just one-shots everything. Good, that's what it should do. Like even with a fairly, mid weapon. Good, that's exactly what it should do. It should literally one-shot everything. You sacrifice all ad clear to be a Berserker. You literally, all you can do is dominate 1v1s. You should actually be able to dominate them without a grief. But it is what it is. But that's just the first layer, and we're already at the point where we're like, oh, Jesus Christ, most melee abilities just suck because they only hit one thing. So there's no way of them just freely multiplying their damage, Like the way Strafe can multiply with Pierce, or the way Multi-Shot can multiply with Pierce, or the way anything with AoE can multiply. And this is talking like tame. A fireball can hit, I don't know, maybe 7 people at most. A frozen orb can hit 20 at once. So now it's multiplying its damage 20 times. As you increase radius, the area increase is like geometric. So having 50% more radius does not mean you can hit 50% more enemies. Realistically, it could mean you can hit 100% more enemies. So, like, AoE as a multiplier of damage is already beyond insanity. Like, single target abilities need to do, so much more in order to realistically keep pace with AoE. And in most games and stuff, what that means is that if AoE and single target is correctly balanced, it either means that AoE is ad clear and single target is a boss killer or a special killer or whatever, or it means that single target will be overtuned to the point where it one-shots everything but does vastly more damage than you actually need and isn't spreading it around efficiently. So you have all these problems in like balancing AoE and single target that are just innate to, just the math of area damage. As area increases, as I say, the increase is like geometric. So the damage increase can be like geometrically multiplicative, if that makes sense. Like where it's like 20% more area can mean 100% more damage, depending on how many enemies there are. That also means that AoE steps up as the content steps up. The denser everything is, the more potent AoE becomes. So hard content is typically dense content. So AoE is just naturally better where you need it to be better. Those guys, when you got slow, they nothing. Oh, freaking Unravelers. If we have souls, I'm literally going to cry. Mercenary! Would you like to run forward and do a thing? Or are you just going to have a drink there? You're going to chill? You're going to scope for, like, the ladies in the Wellstone Keep, There's no succubi here. And trust me, you don't want smoke with that. There are freaking souls. Souls and Unravelers. Alright. Okay, game. I hate you too. That's fine. We can hate. We can just hate each other. We can. This whole arrangement can just turn toxic. That's okay. I'm okay with that. And here's how it's gonna be if you want to be like that. I have 4 full jubies. I'm very confident I can just run past all this shit. Oh, look at that. That is the secret of dealing with your problems. Just don't deal with them. I'm dicking around. But like, as I say, okay, so that's just AoE versus single target. Even the good melee abilities in this game, you know, hit like, I don't know, 3 enemies, 5 if you're really lucky. Like Whirlwind in theory can hit more, but the attack rating stinks so much that like you'll be lucky to, like you can Whirlwind through like the biggest, densest, massive enemies, but unless you have like perfect IAS breakpoints on your weapon and a really long range weapon and, you know, some kind of like amazing attack rating buffs, you'll be lucky if you hit like 4 or 5 enemies, even if you Whirlwind through like 20. So like Whirlwind technically is AoE, but it's kind of bad AoE. But it's also like the best damage multiplier you can have on Whirlwind, aside from hitting IAS breakpoints, and the base damage on your weapon, is the range of your weapon. Because it just gives you more opportunities to make hit rolls. And we were talking about AoE, range. It's a geometric increase. Like, so even if your weapon has 1 more range than another weapon, it could easily outperform it in a dense mob, even if it did, you know, half the damage. It could still outperform it. I'm not saying it will, because I don't know the exact math of, like, Whirlwind. Oh my lord. That's a nice room. You know what? I want to move there when I'm old and frail and retire. My mercenary just got deleted. I was very slack about actually giving him a juvie, but... Alright. Round 2. Let's go. I'm going to... I don't know why I'm bringing 2 stacks of health pots. I don't need that. All I need is more mana, so I can blast multi-shot when I need to. I started blasting. And... let's just be extra grubby and careful and bring the Blackthorns. So is there any way I can get this in my stash? There must be a way without me having to like cube a bunch of stuff up. Please, can we do this? Can I have nice things?
I am overburdened.
And overburdened. Hey. Now I can keep the Shaco in the thing where it belongs. And... oh, okay. I'm like, why will you not go in the stash? Because the stash is full. Alright. All good. All beautiful. Round 2, bitches. Now I have more slow. Alright, first of all, throw the Valk in. Let her take the aggro. So the mercenary doesn't just get insta-melted. And now, woohoo, she does get insta-melted. Lots of multi-shots, spread that slow around. We may not be able to clear this, or at least we're gonna have to like throw a lot of mercenary bodies at this wall.
I need mana.
Can I summon a fucking Valk? I think that's just the Amazon's like cripplingly slow like cast breakpoints, where you like you press the button and then you inadvertently cancel your own casting animation because it goes for so pathetically long. But man, that's super frustrating. It could also just be my keyboard being janky, but look at this, we cleared this. Valk may even survive, no. There was so much pain and misery in that room. Like, there was barely a free tile to stand on inside that room. Healing, healing. Yeah, you wouldn't drop any mana potions, would you? You absolute twats. I hate you all so much. No wonder you work for the bad guys. Nobody else would employ you. But yeah, so as I was saying about melee. So you just right off the bat, it's usually single target versus AoE. And if the melee ability has an ability to target multiple enemies, it's only if they're standing right next to you, and you know, it's usually very limited. I hate these guys. Especially when I have this much fire resistance. I have anti-fire resistance, but that's fine. I just need to not get hit by fire. Which is, you know, it's valid. That's... Getting hit by fire is not mandatory. Even when you don't slow things. When you slow things, you really shouldn't be. I just hate these guys. They're so tanky. Oh yeah, and they cast around corners, which is super cool. Get wrecked, get out of here. Go on your bike. You too. We're cleaning this entire stinky place out. Enforcing a strict no dickhead policy in the Worldstone Keep. That means you'll need to GTFO. Why are they so quick? Fucking scary. I think I just forget how fast things actually move in hell. Like, I'm so used to having them all freaking crippled. Look at these dickheads waiting around the corner. Get out of here. On your bike.
I can't carry anymore.
I really want the unique tigulated mail as one of my favorite, like, pieces of kit for a Zon. And back in the day, that used to be like my favorite kind of fashion piece, I guess, for a Zon, like for armor-wise. Was like that specific grade of armor. Twitch throw always looked good as well. Or just the general, like, studded leather. I don't think it looks as good on Zons now. But, you know, I can't complain about the revamp. Some things look worse, but most things look better. And a lot of things that looked really bad back in the day actually look pretty cool now. If that were 4, we might have been, you know, there might have been some discussion about taking that back to the stash, but yes, so I was talking about the barriers that melee characters face.
I can't carry anymore.
Yes, you can. +3 to Warcry. +1 to Battle Command, +1 to Find Item. That's a potentially cool Singer hat, but I think a Singer would want lore. I don't know what else you can make in a 3-socket helm. Probably a bunch of crap aside from Bulwark, which would be worthless for a Singer. But I'll hold on to it and take a quick look. You know what, I'm just going to leave the Black Thorns on, it's fine. You don't get good drops from the freaking Battle Waves anyway. And I'm doing this more for EXP and the possibility of some like cool elite bases or something than like genuine MFing. Ooh, okay. Oh, and that's Sunder because I'm carrying a Geeds. Wouldn't let me pick it up. Ooh. Cold Sunder, Cold Sunder, Cold Sunder, Cold Sunder. I already have a freaking fire Sunder charm, but a lot of builds use fire, so, you know. Yeah. I shouldn't complain. What did I say about how I love complaining and I will complain anyway? I didn't want a Sunder charm game, and I hate it here. Why didn't you give me a... Like, the game knows cold is the best. It just knows. There's no question that I refuse to believe that anyone at Blizzard did not know that cold was the best damage type. And I don't even mean that in the sense of like cold mastery, because well, cold mastery is so freaking strong. But I mean just like if you wanted to have damage on a sword or something, like pure magic damage is even better, but that's so rare. But, you know, cold damage will get it done. It's way better than fire. It's way better than poison. And it's way better than electrical, pound for pound. And that's even setting aside the chill effect, like assuming you have like a 2 cold damage charm or something. So these guys, I think it's just because I was trying to multi-shot them and I don't know why, but Strafe just gets rid of them. Like, go away, son. Get out. On your bike. On your mummy bike. My Valk just died from Unraveler poison. That shit is so dangerous. Particularly Ahmal. I don't know if anyone knows, there's an Australian comic, I think he's from Melbourne maybe, called Ahmal Saleh? Or Saleh or Salah, I don't know. He's from, originally from Egypt, but he's from Australia. Really funny guy. They did this show called the 50-Foot Show, and like he played a bunch of characters in it, like really good stuff. But the main thing is like he does voice acting in freaking Rome Total War. I don't know how he got the job. I guess he's just a voice actor as well. But the voice he uses is like a kind of pantomime Middle Eastern joke character that you hear in some of his comedy. So it's so freaking hilarious to hear those voiceovers and like. Oh my god, did I not bring... I didn't get freaking town portals. I'm so good at this game. It's scary. Let's hope one of these guys drops a town portal scroll. Any town portal droppers? Any portals? Any portal enjoyers? There's an identify scroll. Town portal, please, 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 no? I guess we just have to thug it out then? Alright, I'm gonna see if we can actually, like, kite them back to this choke. Yeah, I'll pull them apart like that. That's quite nice too. Yeah, once they're all tagged with slow, you can deal with them. I'm just worried that if I need, like if Baal spawns a clone, that could be a problem because I won't be able to force despawn it. But then they can just bug out and refuse to force despawn anyway, so yeah. Whatever. Oh, he's got Stone Skin. Of course he has Stone Skin. What a great guy. We all love Lister. Don't get me wrong, I have nothing against the Minions of Destruction being as, like, devastating as they are. They are the penultimate bosses, right? It's like... Oof. Even with the curse, he still has so much physical resist. But we have Prevent Monster Heal, so... It really is just a matter of time. The only problem is mana. So I'm actually going to strafe less just to try and keep the curse on him and let these two slowly chunk the big boy down. And he just killed my mercenary. Alright. Let's... Ah! Perfect. Man, I love when I do like a huge dumb and then I don't have to face the consequences for it. In fairness, you know, I could have cleared that whole place if I needed to. Just hoping someone would drop one. Oh my god, I almost didn't buy them again. There we go. Alright. No more stress, no more anxiety. It's all good. Yeah, what do I want? I don't care. Doesn't matter.
Evening.
Past a certain level, stat points kind of stop mattering. Oh, it's just Lister, that's right. I completely forgot. But at least now I can just like machine gun. I have mana. Keep the curse on him. Keep him staggered with knockback so he just can't kill these guys. His curse is actually better to be on them than Decrepify because Decrepify lowers their damage. His curse doesn't.
Thanks.
Even with all this slow, he can still kill my mercenary. This is just how strong amp damage is. Alright, you know what? I'm... God, I don't even know if I can like properly kite him out of the throne room because the slow messes with him so much. We're just gonna have to like suffer the grind. I want to make sure he can't be like saved by a wall or something when I'm knocking him back, because the knockback will actually mitigate a lot of damage. Alright, not too bad, not too bad. Healing. Healing. No, not there. Ah, you wouldn't drop a mana pot, would you, game? No. No, you just hate me? I'm just a bad person according to the game, and I deserve to suffer. I don't deserve mana pots. Man, I hate it here. This is the worst game ever. Ah, you freaking jerk. Summoning tentacles there. I should have brought thawing pots as well, because I don't have Ravenfrost on. I'll go back for the Shaker. Of course, of course. Yeah. You're a dickhead. That's fine. We'll go back for the Shaker. I don't need all this slow. And I'll probably put the Ravenfrost on as well, just because, like... Oh, that's right. I completely forgot that I actually had the Shaker here, but I do want the Ravenfrost, so... Where the heck did I put it? Alright, there we are. 11. And... You know what, why don't we just squeeze out a teensy little bit more MF? I'm bringing 2 rows of mana pots. That should be enough. I barely get to leech off the jerk anyway because he blocks like everything.
Not in town.
I do not want to see that freaking clone. Whee. Yeah, the first time I took on Bale, like to actually complete the game with this character, 60 damage bow and everything, he had the bug where the clone wouldn't despawn, and then they like did a freaking, you know, little shell game nonsense with the teleporting, so I forgot which was which, and I ended up chipping down the freaking clone first, and man, that did not feel good. It's so slow, but it's so, like, you know... Like, Ballas is broken when you slow him, even 50%. He can't even complete a melee attack animation. Like, I am amazed that this character is, you know... able to farm Terrazone Bale to any extent. It just shows the power of slow. Like, obviously there are better ways to do this, but... the fact that this is just a way to do it at all. Like, I can't help but be amazed by it. Alright, draw me something good. I got a Sunder Charm, what can I complain about? And I complain about a Fire Sunder Charm, but honestly, Fire is probably the one you want the most of. Because you got like Holy Fire, you got Fire Druids, you got Fire Claw Druids, you got Fire Sorceresses, you got Fire Amazons. Whee. Get out of here, you fucking crab cunt. Get on your fucking crab bike and fuck off back to the ocean. It takes a while. It takes a while. But it happens. It happens. Pew pew pew. Pew pew pew. Pew pew pew. What is that? That's like the worst thing ever, isn't it? I do like Huanins. What is this? This is the Chieftain. The Chieftain! The greatest weapon in the game. No. It's fine. We do this for the EXP. And I did get a level. It's kind of tempting to do it again, just because I can. But it's also like...
Afternoon.
I don't know. I was going to say, like, you can kind of do any Terror Zone and get the same drops. Like, the whole point of going to World Stone Keep is because the level is so high. But... I am level 87, and I don't think level 87 areas even exist in the game, so... You know, it's better than the pits, it's better than the Ancient Halls. Baal himself is level 90-something, so is, like, Nilithak. Maybe their areas are really high as well, but it would literally just be like the Throne of Destruction and, you know, the last of Nilithak's halls. It's actually kind of cool to use up some of these juvies as well, because I don't need this many. and we just clear out the stash a little bit. But honestly, the fact that I can even get to freaking Vale, and I know I had to reset once, but like, come on, Unravelers and Souls. No, we actually went through Unravelers and Souls. We just ran through. Ah, okay. Zit Remels fed. Alright, maybe we'll go do the Great Marsh. I've done... Like, I know people hate the jungle, but like, I just didn't hate it as this character. Although, maybe I would hate it more if there were souls, and there are souls, so... We'll see. Whee. Ooh. I just don't know that this area is really going to be worth it, because it's just like, oh look, I killed 2 swamp dwellers, and now there's like 6 guys, and you know, it's not dense. Though sometimes the freaking jungle is insanely dense, but... Ooh, champ. On your soul bike. Get out of here. Ooh, scary. Whee. The slow kind of breaks souls, but they still will get that like initial attack. It's very hard to stop them doing that. Juvie. Full juvie. Ooh. Okay, that's what I mean.
Now Kurast can begin.
Honestly, I shouldn't have diced with it when I knew there were souls, but it's fine. What do I lose? Nothing. And I'd love to say like I shouldn't have messed with it because, you know, it's a very open area, which makes it even worse for souls. But there was nothing like positionally challenging about that. I just wasn't taking it slow enough. But ultimately, it's like, hey, if you have to take it that slow, go somewhere else to farm. It being a terror zone ain't gonna help you that much. But you live and learn.
Good day.
And if I can't farm the Great Marsh, I don't know, maybe I'll just do another pit run very quickly. Because yeah, we're kind of at the 4-hour mark here. I'd like to wrap this up. I'd kind of like to do a run of the ancient tunnels as well, just to like... That's right, I'm wearing the Nagel now. I wonder if I could get away with wearing the Nagel and the Wisp Projector. I don't want to get frozen. I hate being frozen. Being frozen is just cancer. Oh, okay. Champs. Whee. Whee. Drop me a Witchwild String. How about that? It's not even a rare item. Like it, if you look at it like a loot table, like drop calculator, it just does not. Like I've gotten this game to drop me stuff that is so much rarer than that. I say I've gotten like it's a skill check or something. Obviously it isn't. It's pure RNG, but it's like that's the frustrating part of it is that like sometimes the game will give you rare stuff you don't want rather than like common stuff you do want. Yeah, you wouldn't pretend I wasn't about to say anything about them not dropping arrows. Pew pew. Pew pew pew. Pew pew pew. How about another Vex rune? Red Legend Sword, worth a look. Not the worst ED roll, but not good enough. Like, I feel like a weapon in Hell, certainly, even on an elite base, 200 is kind of a minimum. But it's like, there are ways around that, like this setup with the 60 damage bow. I mean, even this bow doesn't do a big number damage, but it's very, very fast. So. Pew pew pew. Pew pew pew. Wah. Get out of here. On your fallen bike. Fuck off back to the Bloodmore. Wait, what color are they? Could have sworn I saw arrows there. And I did. That's not the worst. It's not exactly good either. Pew pew pew. You're going to be ethereal and have 3 sockets. No, you're not. I hate you. I hate it here. I hate everything. I hate this game. I hate my life. All I do is suffer. I never get anything I want. Literally never had any luck. Ever in my life. It's never happened. I've never won anything. That's supposed to be comedy, by the way, if anyone is wondering. I love the knockback. I love the slow. Like, even with the Shaco, even without the Black Pawns, it's still so doable. Like, if you're going to do this, like, more seriously, you'd probably go with, like, a Kira's Guardian up here. So you actually, like, at least have 0 resist all. And then also you get Cannot Be Frozen, so you don't have to wear the Raven Frost. And, you know, then you could wear another ring with some absorbs or resistances or something. But I really do think that you can kind of just avoid most elemental damage with the exception of lightning. And that's mostly from souls, but also lightning enchantments, which are very ubiquitous. Like, souls you can kind of just avoid. You're always going to have to deal with lightning enchantments. So, if your resistances are otherwise balked, like some lightning absorb is a really nice thing to have. Pew pew pew. Pew pew pew. Pew pew pew. Alright, we'll do that one more time. I'm gonna try it with the Wisp Projectile. I think it should be okay. What I should really do is like just carry the Wisp Projectile with me, wear the Ravenfrost until I like physically get to the pits, and then switch. But then I kind of worry that I'm gonna like forget that that's the Wisp Projector, and then I'm gonna like throw it on the ground or sell it or something. But
Good to see you.
that's, you know, can't account for my stupidity,
Good day. Not here.
and I can't not do things because, you know, because I'm expecting to like do a dom and fuck it up. How about I just do it anyway and not do the dom? That's the plan for now. We'll see if we can implement it successfully. So Ravenfrost, running to the pits. Running, running, running. Maybe stop for a boss pack or two if it's, you know. No. No, 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 no. Nah, 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 nah. Nah, nah. Nah, I'm good. Hello. Goodbye. Hello. Hello, rats. Wow, very empty, weirdly empty tile set here. Like, sometimes it's just stacked to the eyeballs with enemies. It is stacked like a fat man's biscuit tin. Today, there's just nothing here. It's just empty. This is rolling out the red carpet to the pits. Hopefully that bodes, you know, that means the loot gods think I belong here. And, you know, because there's something for me down here. Another high rune would be nice. Although Vex is not quite a high rune, is it? Or it's not considered a high rune. I don't know. Look, high rune is a trade term. It's meaningless to a single player character. There's just runes you have and runes you don't. And I'm glad Vex is no longer a rune I don't have. And I would like to have more of them so that I can use it and still have one. Because Heart of the Oak could be nice. But then it's also sort of like... So like my Sorceress, her only job now is to MF. Unless... I mean, I know there's an Uber set up for Sorcerers. I'm not even at the point where I'm going to bother looking it up. Like, my Sorceress's job now is basically to, like, farm the Ancient Tunnels and Mephisto until I kind of have... Never going to have everything from the Ancient Tunnels, because pretty much everything can drop there. And, you know, that means having, like, all the Holy Grails, all the rarest stuff. That's not going to happen. Not for a long time, anyway. But definitely farm Mephisto until there's very little or almost nothing Mephisto can drop for us anymore. That's realistic. Slow the bollocks. It's well bad, isn't it? Bloody well bad. Now, I love like what like super high level multi-shot looks like. Just that huge fan. Oh, you know what I should do? I should try Hell Cows on her. Like, it could take a while, but realistically, there's no reason why I can't just chew through, like, players 3 Hell Cows. The only problem is these guys. Even with all the slow, the cows will probably chew them up pretty badly. But it's curious to try it. Because Hell Cows is like consistently the densest map in the game. So even if the drops, you know, aren't the greatest, and they're not terrible, just the quantity of the drops has a quality of its own. You can get a lot of like jewels and rings and charms and weapon bases, and there's a lot of chests and like lootable terrain on the cow level that you can get, you know, rings and jewels and charms and stuff like that out of. But yeah, beyond like setting my sorcerers up to maybe do Ubers someday, I just don't like. Her gear is all like MF, right? Because it's what I wanted to do is MF. So what's the point of putting like? I mean, does Heart of the Oak have? Oh yeah, Heart of the Oak does have MF, doesn't it? So yeah, it's just a flat upgrade to Oculus, which kind of sucks. It also doesn't have the Oculus's stinky, you know, suicide proc. Like they used to call that the suicide stick or something. It was a suicide orb, I think. Like sometimes Oculus just straight up tries to murder you, which is part of the fun. And it's a debuff on what is otherwise, at least it may not look like the most busted item now, but like you gotta understand, like, you know, when we first could get Oculus, there was no Shooter's Temper. I don't think the really god level Necro ones really existed, so the thought of having like a single hand piece, like, so the best one hand caster items were like Silence for the massive resist plus skills. Maybe Wizard Spike for the massive cast rate and resists. And I think Oculus. And they were kind of like, that was what you played with. Oh, I forgot to pop that back on, but it's cool. As long as I didn't throw it on the ground or do something equally stupid. So I'll try to remember to do that this time. And then this will be my last run. I also have a very bad habit of saying this will be my last run until something good drops. And then when something good drops, I say I can't end it on a good drop. Which is a rule. Like, if you do that, you're a bad person. Well, it's not that you're a bad person. I mean, maybe you're just a busy person, but it's just like, don't think that the loot gods will forgive you for that. They do not. When the spirits of loot, you know, give you something, it's because they want you to keep running. That's what they're telling you. And if you spurn their gift, it will anger them. You also can't end on a bad drop. Because that's a kind of, I mean, like, a disrespectfully bad drop, if that makes sense, you know? Like, if you're doing Mephisto runs and he drops, like, a couple of potions, 2 piles of gold, and, you know, a fork or something, a biscuit. you know what I mean? One of those drops. No green, no gold, no rare. Like, not even like an interesting, like, maybe magical, the elite, that you can sort of tease yourself and be like, ooh, that could have been a lightsaber because it's a phase blade or something, you know. But just nothing. Just like, no, get out, go cry. You can't end on a drop like that. That will not please the loot spirits. The loot spirits are doing that to try to, like, provoke you and be like, no. That's disrespectful. We're just gonna pretend that never happened and go back down to the Durance, go back into the pits, whatever, and force them to drop us something good. I want my, like, revenge drop. But, like, it needs to be a respectable drop. So it could be anything. Just something worth identifying, basically. Like, it could be a Nagel, but it was a unique ring. It could have been a Stone of Joy. You know what I'm saying? It could be what is it, the frickin' Nokazan relic. It could be a Nokazan, but hey, it was a unique amulet. Or just some, cool, unique that like maybe you have it, but it's too cool for you not to like just sort of, pick it up, fondle it for a moment, sort of pet it lovingly, identify it, it's your friend, it's something you like. You can't just like leave it on the floor. It's just, it's a little bit uncool. That is one of the best
I am overburdened.
bases in the game. It's especially I don't know how it is for a paladin, but for a barbarian, it's I think it's the best. I remember doing the numbers once. There might be some other weird weapon that is slightly better, but so okay, it's the best because it's a one-hander, but it has the range of some two-handers. So it has the range of like, okay, so one of the reasons people use two-handed swords on barbarians, particularly like whirlwind barbarians, not so much these days because whirlwind sucks, but once upon a time when whirlwind was great. Back in my day, Sonny, when all we had was silence and fury, and whirlwind barbarians were popular because of PvP. You wanted a two-handed sword because it had more range, which meant your whirlwind could hit more times when you pass through something. Well, the Berserker Axe has the same range as a two-handed sword, and just better DPS, better like frame data, and
I can't carry anymore.
blah blah blah. And it can have all the sockets, which means it can have all the best rune words. And there was that cool rune word that I was just looking at that you could only make in an axe or a sword. And that would be really cool to have in a Berserker Axe. So we're going to try to roll some sockets into this bad boy. Drop a mana pot, please. Wow, you actually did. This is the commentary you are here for. Don't lie about it.
I can't carry anymore.
Welcome to my shop. Oh wait, why did I not do the whisk projectile? I'm so bad at this. Eat that. Pick up that. Alright. No more playing silly buggers. What do you think this is? Bush Week? Alright. No. Just no to that pits run. We're just wiping that from history, striking its name from all the records. If there were any statues made with its face on them, we like scrape it off. Alright, now what do I need? I need an I need an amethyst, and I need a Ral. Rally. And I did find a Ral. Bless you for dropping the Ral, kind sir. Alright. 4 sockets. I know you can make something in that with 5 sockets. Probably something quite good. Probably something I don't have the runes for. But, whatever. I could make an honor. It's kind of shit. I wanted 4 sockets. I can't have anything nice. The game hates me. Alright, and why did I pick this up? Because +3 to Warcry. But what would I even do with it? Isn't there a hat that has Cannot Be Frozen, a RuneWord hat? That could honestly be worth it. But let's be real, it's not. Because, yeah, if that were a combat skill, that would be chef's kiss. Because you just make a bulwark in it. And, you just have a good life from then on. But Now, if it were 2-socket with +3 to Warcry, it's not quite as like amazing as a bulwark, but like, yeah, you could make a law. Whee. Huh. Leave me alone. Look, I'll take one copy of Watchtower and then go away, please. I'm not interested in what happens after you die. I don't want to go to the Kingdom Hall. Ooh, interesting.
I can't
Always
carry
love a
anymore.
rare in an elite base. Always has the potential to be really awesome. It's kind of got like some of the right affixes, but just not enough. Like 40 IAS is so freaking nice. If that were like 200 ED with 40 IAS, then we'd kind of have a stew going with 8 life seal, like 8 life leech. I could speak, I promise. Not true. If I could speak, I'd be dangerous. I'd be running this place. Y'all would be answering to me. I don't know who you people are actually. I probably know everyone, like, it's probably just like a bunch of people that know me, like pity watching. But like, if you are watching, I hope you're grinding as well, and I hope you're getting
I
good
am
stuff.
overburdened.
I hope the loot gods are pleased with you. What do we got here? 20 IAS, 17 MF. I like it. Dual res. I like it. That's like... Those are some pretty nice gloves. Can't even complain. I kind of want to keep them. I'm kind of running out of space to keep crap, and they're not the best, but I don't know, man. If it were fire lightning, but with it being poison, yeah. Yeah, if it were lightning fire or even lightning cold, that would have been like really spicy, but oh well, it is what it is. Guys, can you just deal with that quietly, please, while I identify this charm? Thank you. That's great. I'm glad we could have this dialogue. Ooh, small charm. What is this, just charm day? Honestly, not even that bad for a small charm. I'll probably throw it away at some point, but... Whee, whee, whee. Pew 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 pew. I guess silence can be made in a bow, can't it? If it can, then that's potentially a decent bow. Actually, it's potentially like a best in slot bow for... I don't know, even then, I was going to say like potentially a really amazing bow for elementals on, because then the base damage of the bow is like way less relevant, and what you just want are like plus skills, fast, fire rate, but it's also like... Pierce is one of the best damage multipliers for an elemental's on, and silence has none. But at the same time, having like just your bow, oh, that's a really freaking nice charm. Oh, chef's kiss. All right, one of my crappy charms is gonna have to go. I don't really want to lose resistances, but one of these like crappy poison charms. It is what it is. I put all the poison charms on this Zon because it was like thematic. It was like the cripple Zon, and I know poison is bad, but it was just like fit the theme of like going through hell with this like really, you know, bad setup that nevertheless can just, you know, get it done because slow is so freaking OP. But
The order welcomes
now that
you.
I'm not like trying to prove anything with this anymore and I'm just kind of having fun with it, the play is definitely to get better charms. Resistance charms would take the absolute priority, but only if they're the right resistances. I kind of only want fire and lightning. Or resist all would be nice. Get out of here. Pew 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 pew. Wee, wee. I just love this like growing loot pile. It's so nice to watch, even if there's like nothing particularly good in it.
I can't carry anymore.
I got chilled. I got chilled and I'm now depressed. Bro, I don't even care about these like absolute dregs. I just want to open the chest. And quickly check up here, make sure I didn't miss anything that I should have picked up, and it doesn't look like it. Lots of stuff, but nothing really good. And we did get a really nice charm in that run. Can't complain about that. Like +3 max damage on a small charm is freaking huge, especially with attack rating. Like if you just stuffed your inventory with them, that's a huge damage spike. Go away! I was looking at my damage. Jesus, come on. Give me some space,
I am
please.
overburdened.
Boots. And I want like dual res with MF, but the numbers ain't there. And it's the wrong res, so into the bin with them. Go away. Bing. Oh, there's another elite pack here. We might as well. Why not? If they hate their life, so scary, 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 scary. Leave me alone, go away, go away, go away, go away, go away. Yeah, get knocked back. Go away, go away, go stand in the corner. Excellent. Pew pew pew. I hate these guys. They just chase you forever. It's not fair. No, leave me alone. It's like not even that big. I can just turn them and kill them all, but like. You know what reminds me of? Has anyone here played Rise of the Triad? So Rise of the Triad was like maybe the best of the. Alright, gotta check this because it could be a swear to God, if you people shoot me while I'm doing this, leave me alone. Freaking skeletons, man. They got nothing better to do but, like, hang around the wilderness, just bothering people. Why can't they do something, you know, constructive with their lives? I don't know, read a book. Watch a movie. Meet a girl. Like, touch the grass. There's grass right here. Like, there's grass all around them. Instead, they're just bothering me. They're not minions. They're not worth killing. They don't carry any good loot. But yeah, the rogues, they're like killing my. So Resotriad, it's a power up in the game called God Mode that, like, because the people who made that game are just weirdos, they can't do anything in the normal way. You know, normally you would think, oh, God Mode, okay, it just makes me invincible, right? No, in that game, God Mode turns your weapon into like a hand that fires this sort of magic ball that, like, disintegrates everything on the screen. It's extremely overpowered. It also makes you invincible, but it also makes you do these, like, really weird noises that sound like some kind of weirdly sexual yawning. Like, which apparently is based on the noises that John Romero, one of the creators of Doom, used to make when he was playing death matches, which is kind of why he apparently that's like kind of all he did at ID. Like, after the first Doom, he just like spent his entire like work days just death matching people. I guess you can call it like research or something, but yeah. Anyway, apparently those are the noises he used to make while death matching. So that's pretty cool. But such a funny item. The game also had dog mode, which also made you invincible. It turned you into, like, gave you like this little dog nose, and you could like run up to enemies and like pat them with your like little dog paw, and they would die. Like, it was extremely overpowered. It also allowed you to access certain areas that you couldn't otherwise access because you were like smaller. But that was a crazy game. Very fun. It was in that weird era where like things weren't 3D, but they were kind of like 2D with the illusion of 3D. And yet, most of those games, like in that era, were done on the build engine, which of like Duke Nukem 3D fame. But it was done on the freaking Wolfenstein engine. I have no idea what kind of insane witchcraft you have to pull to make the Wolfenstein engine do the things that you could do in that game, like jump off jump pads, not just like a jump button, but have like vertical mobility, have all these like crazy effects and things like that. But it was a really fun game. I think I only ever played the demo back in the day because I was very young at that time. I didn't have money. Did not have money to buy full version games. I think my first ever full version game that I bought that had the box was Warcraft 2, maybe? Skiller, please. I hate it here. This game sucks. I never get anything good. The pits are awful. It's literally impossible to make this game drop you anything good. I don't have even one good charm. Every single time I pick up a charm and identify it, it's just bad. Like, if someone else could find a good charm and then like unidentify it and then give it to me, it would just magically turn into a bad charm when I identify it. Run. Ah. Ah. Why am I dealing with these dregs? I need to not even worry about this chest. Just kill everything. Alright, I said I was going to stop around the 4-hour mark. It's now almost the 5-hour mark. Like I said, you know, this is just the way of the... They call them loot goblins, I guess. I think of them as loot rats because I've like 2,000 hours in Vermintide and I freaking love loot rats. Sack rats, they're actually called. But they're just these little like crackhead rats that like have a little sack and they run away from you going like mine, 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 mine. And they don't drop anything you really want or need. And the number of times I've had runs completely scuffed and destroyed because people hear mine, 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 and like everyone throws their ultimate at the freaking sack rat and then starts like massively like overextending to try and you know, kill it, and then they die and then the whole freaking run is scuffed. It's such a fun thing because that's clearly what they're meant to do. Like, it's a skill check where it's like, okay, you see it very quickly, and if you're quick with your aim and your reaction time and you aim well, then you can like snipe it out. But there could be lots of enemies like body blocking for it or something. And if you miss that shot, or you know, if the sightline is blocked or whatever, you know, then it's very clear that the job it's there as kind of like a greed check. And to try and bait you into doing something silly. And it's amazing how often that works. And this is why I say, like, when you are, like, if you're a game dev and you're trying to make, like, a game that's, like, hard, like, those are the kind of tricks that you should use. Like, don't worry about some, like, you know, 5-head 3D chess strategy of, you know, trying to like take away all of the like options and tools that your player has to just like put them in some like horrible no-win situation or something. Like, don't even mess with that shit. Like, you can cultivate so much difficulty with just basic tricks like that. People fall for them. And in a game where you have multiple players and where the game assumes that, you know, the game is built around you, like, let's say the game is built around 4-player team, then even if only one person on your team can be baited into doing a dumb, like, the rest of you have to finish it, like, or at least, you know, say, like, rescue that person or get them back, survive, you know, recover them, however. And then they might make a dumb, you know, they might do something really stupid to try and, like, res them or save them. And it's amazing how much that can just, like, snowball. Like, you really do not need to do some, like, big brain, evil nonsense to give gamers some, like, interesting puzzles. The game just would not let me click on that freaking shaman. Alright.
I can't carry.
Bruh. I would love it if they actually, like, had some clear indication that they have plus skills or not, but, you know, obviously. You're supposed to pick them up and check. Gives you something to do. Keeps you out of mischief. You know what? When you are identifying, when you are picking up Fury Visors to see if they have plus skills, you're not doing drugs. Though you'll have much more fun doing it if you are on drugs. Just do the drugs before you do it. Do farming pits. Woo! Huh. Pew pew pew. Burger brr. Pringo brr. Pew pew. Pew pew pew. Pew pew pew. Pew pew pew. Pew pew pew. Go away, go away. No. Nah. Go. Be gone. Away. I'm not even. I want to see if I can just like spam the multi-shot just to like bait the boss packs out, but it doesn't look like it. Bonk, bonk, bonk. Meh. Oh, fallen boss packs, huh? Pew pew pew. Pew pew pew. Go sit in the corner. Go sit in the corner. Go sit in the corner.
I can't
Okay,
carry
that's
anymore.
potentially interesting. I think. Not when it only has one socket, and I forgot to put my wisp projector on because, you know, I'm a genius. I'm one of those like rare stupid geniuses. Very, very rare. Stacking juvies again. I really need to like cube some runes one of these days just to make some space. Alright, I think this might be my last round because I'm yawning it up a little bit. And I keep forgetting about the wisp projector. It's so little MF. I should be spamming lightning, but for some reason I don't think it works with strafe. Wee, wee. Wah, wah. Ah. Ah. Oi. I hate that, how there's like just this tiny little delay between like gold falling and you being able to pick it up. So you can't just like open a chest and like, you can't. No, you don't. You don't need to know what's in there. All you need is your feet. Run your ass to the pits. Yeah, you could definitely get here with a Vigor Charge Paladin, like as quickly as you can get here with a TP Sork. Maybe just a teensy bit slower because she could like cut the corners there. Doesn't have to open the door at the cloister. But the difference is going to be super marginal, and with like normal gear that like normal people have, the Paladin will clear it faster. Because Blessed Hammer is really, really freaking good. Not a lot of stuff is immune to magic. And you have a Merc as well. I don't want to get that close. Huh. Ah. Ooh. Alright, I'm not gonna complain about a foul rune. If that's how I end the night, with a foul rune, no harm, no foul. But let's see, you know, maybe it's just warming up. Maybe it's finna drop me something real special. What is that? Oh, that's one of the elite shield bases. Look at that, you're just getting a free 34 resist all. Like, forget rune words, forget anything, right? Just like that shield just randomly spawns with like 3 sockets, even 3, and you just put like, I don't know, even 3 flawless diamonds in it, and it's just like boom, there's your endgame shield. Resistance is pretty much sorted. Huh. Huh. Like, so many great noises happening right now. Ugh, lightning enchanted defiance. Yeah, we're gonna just like stand well fucking back from you. Enjoy the multi-shot. I heard a charm. I hate large charms suck. Is anyone excited by large charms? I know they can have good stuff, but they're just wrong. I say that, and then a really nice large charm drops that I'm probably gonna keep. Because +2 max damage is not bad at all. With, you know, a chunk of poison. The problem is, the frick do I put it? There, I guess. Alright, I got enough arrows. What am I messing around with? Pew pew pew. I don't... Oh, that's not terrible, Volrune. It's not great either. Whee. Ooh, okay, alright. Sure. You can be a 3-socket Ethereal Stygian Pike. Can you not? No, you can't. I hate it here. You can be a 3-socket Ethereal Legend Sword. No? I hate you too. Get out. Never want to see you again. Never want to play this game again. I hate it. It's disgusting. It's evil. I'm happy with my foul rune, by the way. Very, very happy. And my charm. My new charm. Even though I don't know where I'm going to put it. You know what I would really like? Would be a mana potion. That would be nice. That would be super. But I don't mind using some juvies. I'm not going back to that. Look at that. And the game is going to be like, I was going to drop you Ethereal's Might, but you were whining about the mana pot, so I gave you that instead. Pew pew pew. Pew pew pew. Pew pew pew. Oh yeah, at some point I should try the Might Merc. Because I don't think I'm going to lose that much attack rating. Like, even if I lose 10% chance to hit, my chance to hit is consistently kind of, you know, say it goes down to 80%. So I do 10% less damage, the Might could just give me 10% more base damage. So, but more than 10%. Oh no. I hate you. I really, really hate you. Pew pew pew. Pew. Huh. Huh. Alright, you know what? We're gonna go again anyway. I'm just feeling it. And I got 5 minutes until the 5 hour mark when we actually close this up,
Good day.
put out the lights, douse the candles.
Good day.
And we find out what is at the end of all the songs man sings. I just want to see some gold. I might, like, just to scratch the itch, I might have to switch to my sorceress and just do a cheeky Mephisto run or two if it continues to do me like this. Pew pew pew.
It's locked.
It's locked. I probably should carry keys. But I'm so bad at, like, carrying keys. Unless I'm doing Boa Rust. Even then, sometimes I just forget to even pick them up off the ground and I end up running out of keys. I have to go back, and you gotta go all the way to Hratil in Act 3. Because Act 3 was designed by sadists and is meant to torment you and drive you to insanity. I suppose that was Blizzard's, like, long-term aim, was, like, make everyone go insane, and then, you know, and then they would agree that Overwatch 2 was good. Honestly, like, Overwatch 2 is not even that bad. I don't understand why there's so much hate for Overwatch, like, particularly after Rivals came out. Like, it's good. It's really good that there's competition in that arena now, and, you know, Blizzard have done, like, more since Rivals has come out to make Overwatch better than they, like, ever did in, like, the last 6 years or something, because they just knew they had, like, you know, they just had the market. They had it by the balls. There was no competition. They didn't have to do anything. Absolute minimum effort was good enough. Now they actually have to step up, and maybe they won't succeed, but... Alright, hold on a second. Can I... Oh, that sucks. I mean, look at it. Come on, this chill time is just ridiculous. I just got hit by, like, some random archer. But it's fine. It's fine. Whee. Yeah, that'll do. That will do nicely. Do-do-do-do-do. Give me that gold. I want to go. Where to go with that? I want to know where to go with that. If you don't know, you don't know. Ah, Cathedral and Catacombs. That's going to be a 3 or possibly 4 socket ethereal champion sword. We're agreed on this? Yes, game? 4 socket? Maybe good enough. Maybe.
I can't.
Pew 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 pew. Ooh. Why did I run in the middle of them? Because I'm good at the game. That's why. It's all part of my plan. All part of my strategy. Pew 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 pew. Bogo brr. Brango brr. Get out of here. Why are you running? I like ran straight into the freaking stinky cold nova that's gonna chill me for like 75 years. I hate it here. Alright, you know what? We'll get this shit hosed off us. God, it takes so long just to even walk to the freaking healer.
Greetings.
I'm kind of generally averse to the idea of like anti-player CC in PvE games at all. That said, I do play games with anti-player CC. However, it can be okay, but it's like, so like there are in the Thai games there are enemies that can like just hard CC you, and if you don't have someone else to basically save you, or if you're playing on high difficulty, you pretty much just die if you get CC'd by them, because you can't defend yourself, and if there are enemies around, they just get to attack you for free. And you know, in Vermintide, like you can literally just be like two-shot by like a normal enemy, of which there are like 70 on the screen. Like you have to defend yourself and avoid attacks. You can't really tank much. Like your way of tanking is with things like blocking. Terrible.
It's locked.
Oh, alright, you know what? I'm gonna get a key. Anyway. So they can just kill you. But they are special enemies. When they appear, there is like a very, very audible sound cue of them appearing. Like spawning in at all. And then they have like directional sounds, like when they move and all that sort of stuff. And some of them will then have sounds like when they're kind of winding up to attack you or whatever else. So you have plenty of opportunities to be like, oh, okay, there it is. You know, I know it's coming. I know which direction it's coming from. I get into a position to be able to deal with it. And then I either dodge whatever it's trying to do to disable me, or kill it before it can do that. I don't trust many devs to like do that, because even Fat Shark, who I think are good at it, have fucked it up, because there is a disabler enemy in the second Tide game, Dark Tide, that just is universally hated because it's broken. I'm gonna do one more. To hell with it. But yeah, it's kind of universally hated because it's broken. And the big problem with it is that, like, so everything about it would be fine if it had good sound cues, because this is an enemy that has basically it can one shot you, and it can shoot through enemies that block your ability to even see it. You can dodge its attack, but your dodges can get like hung up on enemies. So you have to know it's like you have to like position yourself in such a way that you have space to dodge it or a clear sight line to kill it. But that assumes you know it's there and have some idea of which direction it's coming from. So that means that you need to ideally hear the spawning sound of it just like appearing in the first place, or you hear its own just like directional movement. And spawning sounds are never reliable in the Tide games. That's just an unfortunate reality of like the servers they're on. You know, it's not Fortnite. It genuinely is a small indie studio. So their servers kind of stink. And also just the fact that like the games aren't balanced around the highest difficulties. That's like often the case in the design of like games that can like ramp up to be really challenging. Like most people don't play on the highest difficulties. Most people are just casual. So if things just kind of stop working a bit on the higher difficulties, the devs kind of don't have a huge incentive to fix it, because most of the player base never goes there anyway. And the player base that do are kind of a little bit masochistic and clearly wanting a challenge. So if the challenge is kind of like manufactured by, you know, something not working properly, but it still makes the game harder, you know, a lot of the time the kind of players that are attracted by like that high level content will just try to like thug it out and make it work anyway, which is, you know, cool. I'm still chilled. So stupid. I'm still chilled. Like, this is the kind of anti-player CC. When I say like PvE games should not have anti-player CC, I mean shit like this, where it's just ubiquitous and universal unless you have that magic piece of gear that turns it off. And you know, I've been over the whole thawing potion. Like, so, like thawing potions were fine in Diablo 2. This is not Diablo 2. This is Diablo 2: Lord of Destruction. Like, when the devs decided that the game was going to have charms, when the devs decided to make everything, you know, much freaking harder in the expansion, which is valid, you want the expansion to be harder, but when they decided to, you know, give you power creep to deal with that, and part of that power creep was you sacrificing your inventory, then they had no right to expect you to be carrying around fucking thawing potions and antidotes anymore. Like, those two concepts are not compatible anymore, from the standpoint of people actually just wanting to enjoy the game. Like, you know, people will do it on hardcore because they literally have no choice. And that's fine. And if they want to play like that, that's cool. I can absolutely 100% promise you, if you were to do a poll of, like, you know, people who play this game and be like, is chill a good mechanic? Does chill last too long in hell? Should there be or... Okay, so here's basically how it goes. Either quadruple, quintuple the amount of items with cannot be frozen in the game, or just get rid of chill outright.
Yes.
Or, alternatively, like, lean into the like fuck the player, get good mindset, but do it in a way that is equally punishing to every class. Like, there's just no reason why, when I'm playing a caster, I don't even care about being chilled. But when I'm playing a melee character, it's literally crippling and cripples me for, like, you know, a half a minute. Like, if chill just dropped you down like 2 faster cast breakpoints, I promise you we would be having a discussion about how fucked up and broken it is. Because it's just an unfortunate reality that, like, in order to play this game and just get shit done, most people just play casters to get shit done. Because casters can just get shit done because, you know, so many of the devastating mechanics in this game only fuck melee characters. And they extra fuck melee characters that need to fight up close. Like, the game is bordering on just a misery simulator if you're playing something that's like a single target, you know, no big AoE melee character, like a mole bear. It's the actual misery simulator. And honestly, like, concentration barbarian, absolute garbage. Freaking vengeance paladin, like, absolute freaking trash. And to be honest, Berserk is trash as well, aside from its synergy with Hal and its synergy with, like, no one would play Berserkers if, you know, if it weren't for Hal and Find Item and the fact that you can just, you know, hunt elites for items and kind of ignore everything else.
I am overburdened.
And you have the tools to do that. There are no good 5-socket bow rumors. We just went through that. Also, that's really low level anyway, so... But honestly, like, if you put a, like, if you put just, like, a crap ton of, like, shale runes in that, like, that's an endgame viable bow for a elemental zone, because all they really care about is, like, plus skills and fire rate. Yeesh. We are just not getting the drops tonight. I mean, we've had some decent stuff. And I just got that foul room, which is not the worst. But this is going to be my last run, so... Let's just pop this chest. Honestly, I cannot complain. I got a Skiller. I got the Frostwind, which I think is a piece of shit, but whatever. I mean... Really, really rare items like that should not be meme items, as far as I'm concerned.
Yes?
Like, let people meme in, like, Nightmare or normal. But anyway, It's a trash item, and I've already got one. But I mean, I've thought maybe I could do something with like a barb dual wielding to get like a, like a level 25 Arctic Blast or something on a weapon swap. It could be funny. This was really like the find of the night. Oh, and the Vex rune, of course. Vex rune was really really nice. Yeah, like these are kind of like the only three, like not the Shale, but the the Sur, and the Vex are kind of the only real high runes I've found so far. Yeah, what else? I mean, Gull's not. I mean, Gull's kind of high, but not really. Mal is pretty reasonably high. Pul is, it's not high, but I really love Pul runes because Pul runes you can upgrade exceptional to unique, and that's kind of what I just want to do. These like now, I just want to farm exceptionals and then just like play with them through hell, try to figure something out. Anyway, I'm gonna take off. Thanks for watching. I see there's still 4 of you there. You guys are the goats. Hope you enjoyed, and best of luck with your farming if you are playing on a second monitor.